that, I'm gonna set up the. I'm gonna start the stream.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you. Oh, there we go. There we go. Everyone's having trouble with the camera today.
I'm wearing the wrong shirt.
Oh no! I am currently streaming, just so you know.
That's fine. Camera can't see me anyway.
Yeah, no nudity, please. No, I want to.
Well, it wouldn't be nudity. It would be a topless man, which is totally allowed.
That is true. Okay, no, it is. We are live. Why is it not showing that we're live? Come on.
I can't hear anything you're saying. I don't have my headphones on.
No, it's fine. You don't need to. It's for whatever reason not saying we're live, even though we are. Yeah, we're streaming. We're recording.
I didn't quite finish, but that's okay. I got like 80 pages left. Close enough.
It's not saying that we're live, but we're definitely live. Does it say that we're live for you?
I got the notification.
You got the notification. I did not get the Why did I not get the notification? Maybe if I go to my other page. Because I've discovered...
Open you on
Nope,
the
that's
left,
not the one.
you on the right.
That's not the right one. I've discovered that when I share the actual live, for whatever reason... Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yep, we're live.
We're
I see
live.
us.
That's very strange.
Although on Jake's camera, it's just showing a spinny thing.
That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah, I remember.
It's all good.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
I have stuff I need to do anyway. Come hang out with us. Let's go.
I remember I had this issue. The last time. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we can see you now.
Like Discord had the wrong default camera selected.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mine does that all the time.
We already have a comment.
Do we actually?
From Lime Knight. Hello. I did say I'll try to catch ya. I was the one who asked the question about horror games.
Ah, neat. Welcome. We're going to be starting the show in a minute here. I just have to share some links to the social medias.
This has never happened before.
Obligatory SEO. You have to put up with the top of my head.
You guys by chance know how to change the setting to where it doesn't automatically mirror video, because my video is mirrored for some reason. It's not that big of a deal, but
don't know. But what I will tell you is when it's live on. Oh yeah, it's because I have it mirrored, because on Discord it's mirrored. I have it mirrored in the Yeah, that's sorry. Yeah, I have it mirrored in my settings on OBS so people can actually read the logo.
So it looks correct on the YouTube.
Yes, it'll look correct on the YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, that's all that matters.
On my screen, my shirt is backwards, but then on the YouTube, it's actually the correct way.
Yeah. So like when I talk to Jordan, I'm on the left, he's on the right, but when it actually plays on YouTube, it's the reverse. It's very odd.
Because it's correct on the YouTube.
I just didn't like how the logo looked wrong. It was my person who made them was like, you can't, it's backwards, and I'm like, I'll fix it. So shoot, I didn't mean to do that.
It's funny because right now on the YouTube, Justin's not frozen. On my screen, it's just him staring in this one particular like frame, and it looks really funny.
That's funny. There we go. Link. There we go. Sorry guys. Okay.
Do I want to know why? Do I want to know why there's a Japanese flag in the bottom right corner of the thumbnail?
You will find out. You will absolutely find out why.
Is it Batman?
It's Batman's Okay, spoiler alert. The bad guy that Batman fights in 1943 Batman is just kind of a Japanese guy. He's just kind of a Japanese guy. Yeah, that.
Oh, okay, I know. Okay, I remember the TikTok video that you did. Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, it's delightful. It's very much of its time.
Holy racism, Batman.
Pretty much, yeah. They say a lot of slurs. Okay, so like I got to get through the intro. You guys got to let me get through the intro.
Never.
I will be disruptive.
I am chaos.
You are chaos. Okay, hold on. Let me
It's
pull
Jordan
open my
and the problems.
Yeah, I know. I said we should do a whole run of t-shirts where it's blank and the problems. Oh, where's my timer? There's my timer. Okay. 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arate Media Pantheon. Please head to aratemedia.org to check out lots of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to create your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So that is aratemedia.org. ARETE media.org. I think I did it. I think I nailed it. I've not been nailing it so much the last few times. Anyway, welcome to the Spur of the Moment. First try. Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast, everyone. I am your host, Justin Spurr, and as always, I am joined by my co-host, the incomparable Jordan. And today we are joined by my fellow problem. We are joined by our podcast boss, the leader of the Arate Media Pantheon that we say at every show. It's Jake, everybody. He's back. He's back to talk about Batman.
The issue, the agent of chaos, the master of... I'm not going to finish that line. First two reference, for those who know.
See, you...
Welcome.
Yes, welcome, everybody. So today, I pulled up a few news stories. Not too many, because I feel like we're going to spend a great deal of time talking about Batman. You saw the title. It's holy shit, it's Batman, everybody. We're gonna be hitting a wide array of Batman from his very beginnings, surprisingly his very beginnings, to his more recent times. Jake seems to think that Batman versus Superman is a good movie. I don't understand how that's possible.
Okay, hang on. I knew this was going to happen. I want to clarify.
I'm bearing the lead.
I don't want to amend what I said. I just want to make sure everyone understands. I am not saying that Batman v Superman is like Oscar-worthy great filmmaking. What I'm saying is that it's better. It is a good movie, and it is significantly better than the hate it has garnered. However, that does not mean that it does not have issues.
All right.
When you compare it to other movies, even in the same universe, it does not deserve the hate that it gets.
All right. Okay, that's a fair position. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. Don't you worry.
All things in due time.
Yeah, all things in due time. Yeah. So we're going to talk about apparently today. What's his face? Curious George was going to be in Forrest Gump. Apparently, new Godzilla movie. The Netflix.
Hold on. Time. Back up. You can't just drop that. What the fuck do you mean that Curious George was going to be in Forrest Gump? In what manner? Like, was Forrest going to be palling around with the fucking monkey, or
I'll tell you,
books in there?
I'll tell you.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just doing a speed run.
These are the stories that we will try to cover. Yeah, with the Fantastic Four movies, but and more. Let's just jump into it. Okay, I'll explain to you Forrest Gump. So Robert Zemeckis apparently has a movie in theaters right now, which means he's out there doing interviews, and it kind of sounds like he's in his like crazy old man era, because he's just out there saying nonsense. Like, so he said that at one point, Curious George was in the screenplay for Forrest Gump, and he was going to be a sort of like little angel on Forrest Gump's shoulder. That was gonna be his function in the script.
That doesn't make any sense in the confines of the movie that we got.
I know.
It doesn't make any sense in any way, because Curious George as a character is not a paramour.
A devil. Devil on your shoulder.
He's also not an angel either. The whole point of Curious George is that he learns lessons because he's ignorant, and he tries shit because he's curious, hence the name. And then he learns a lesson at the end after somehow managing to not die, because, they're children's books. But
so okay.
What you're describing sounds more like would be on Kronk from the Emperor's New Groove's shoulder.
A little bit.
I don't see that with Forrest Gump. That doesn't make any sense.
My thing is like, is Curious George? I guess he must be that well known of a character. I mean, we grew up on watching Curious George.
Actually, we grew up on.
Yeah, so I guess he is a well-known character.
Yeah, Curious George is really well known because he's curious.
Curious George.
If he wasn't so curious, he would have never left his house, and nobody would know who he is. So.
That is a solid Patrick Warburton impression. That is solid.
Thank you. Thank you.
Solid.
So are you aware? First problem of the day. Are you aware of the sitcom that he did that didn't even last a full season?
Yes, I'm completely aware of it. Yes, it's so dry. It's amazing.
It was called. I loved it. I loved it so much.
Yeah,
when they canceled it, I was so disappointed. It was called Crowded, and I'm sure that if you go on the internet and sail the 7 seas, you can probably find it.
Yeah, it was on YouTube.
It was just his deadpan. He's like, Oh yeah, that seems like a problem.
My favorite.
Just walks out.
We talked about Ted on the show before, but one of my favorite Patrick Warburton characters, aside from the classics, is this one in Ted where he's like Patrick or Mark Wahlberg's like coworker or whatever, and he just keeps waking up. He's like, yeah, I'm gay now or whatever, and it just walks off with Ryan Reynolds, who doesn't have a. He's like, I might be gay now.
He's like, I might be gay. I don't know.
It's just the way he's like, whatever. It's just his delivery, and the fact that it's Ryan Reynolds and he doesn't have a speaking line is phenomenal.
He is a great Norm Macdonald alternative. If you find Norm Macdonald's cadence and delivery off-putting for some reason, I don't. I'm just saying.
It's funny,
very similar.
It's funny that you brought up Norm Macdonald, because we're actually going to talk about Norm Macdonald later, because we're going to talk about Batman Forever and a particular Jim Carrey story that I think Jim Carrey's a fucking liar. But that's neither here nor there.
When we get to Norm Macdonald, remind me, and if you guys want to, I can tell you the longest yet genuinely funny joke that I heard Norm Macdonald tell, and I feel like it only works if Norm Macdonald tells it. But anyway,
absolutely. I mean, my favorite Norm Macdonald joke is and it's one version of it, because he did do it on stage, and it's not as funny on stage. It's the only time I've ever laughed at a Seinfeld bit, but it's when he's doing comedians in cars getting coffee and talking about Bill Cosby, and he's like, people ask me, do I think that the worst part about what's the Bill Cosby case is, how it's going to taint his legacy? And he goes, no, I thought that the worst part about it was the rapes. I thought that was pretty bad. It's just his delivery and the way Jerry Seinfeld essentially spits out his coffee. It's so funny. It's like he has such a great sense of humor, Norm Macdonald. But yeah, no, we're gonna talk about an appearance Jim Carrey did on his podcast about a certain thing that Tommy Lee Jones may have said. I don't know if you're familiar with.
Lord.
I'm not sure if you're familiar with the phrase "I cannot sanction your buffoonery."
I feel like I should be, but I think I forgot.
That sounds familiar.
We're gonna get there. But
How dare you say that to Jim Carrey?
But back to Curious George on the shoulder of Forrest Gump. Apparently, when Robert Zemeckis came on, he read the script and he says, "I love this movie, but the monkey's got to go." So apparently, he was the one who got rid of Curious George.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to say thank you to Robert Zemeckis.
My favorite. Have you heard this story about why he talks like that?
No, but all I know is that if Curious George had been in that movie, it would suck.
It would have been a confusing mess. No, it was.
I definitely think it would have undercut the movie quite a bit. That's for sure.
It's the reason why Forrest Gump talks like that is because the little boy who plays Kid Forrest Gump, he just talked like that.
That's right. Okay, yes, yeah. I saw that interview. Yes, that's absolutely right. Because the kid who plays young Forrest is from like real South Alabama.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah.
I'm not. I will share this story because it is just so. The irony is just wonderful. So back when I was married and stupid, my ex-wife's family hails from Alabama, and her cousin, yeah, they would be her cousins. I don't remember. There's so many lines in Forrest Gump that I find genuinely hilarious for no good reason. One of which being, you know what I think? I think you should go back to Greenbow, Alabama, where he just yells it for some reason. And then the other one where he's like, "That's in the county of Greenbow." And okay, so
my favorite is I was running. That's my favorite.
That's like I was running, but we passed. I can't remember if it was a sign that actually said Greenboro, or it was similar. I don't think it was actually Greenbow, but I was just like, we were driving, and then I saw that sign, and just out of nowhere, because most people had seen the movie, I go, "That's in the county of Greenbow," and basically everyone in the car laughs except the younger children, who are very confused. And they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's from Forrest Gump." And they're like, "What's Forrest Gump?" And I do a legitimate like, you've never seen Forrest Gump? You're
from the South and you haven't seen the most conservative movie of all time?
You're American and haven't seen Forrest Gump?
That is true.
But so we got to the grandparents' house, and I turned right to Pop, and I said, "Pop, they've never seen Forrest Gump. He said, "What the hell?" Exactly like that. So we sat down and we all watched Forrest Gump, and the kids laugh. They love it. Totally forgot about the boobs, but it happens. But so after that, they spend 2 weeks just quoting this movie, like a bunch of small children running around going, "Greenbow, Alabama!"
Yay! That makes me happy.
Awesome.
That's so awesome.
I sat afterwards and I was just like, "Look what I have created."
This is me. This is what I will leave in the next generation.
My legacy is complete.
Dance, monkeys, dance. So Jake, I have to ask, did you watch, because we like to keep it SEO friendly here at the Spur of the Moment podcast. Did you watch the Mike Tyson Jake Paul debacle?
Oh boy, did I.
I mean, okay, good, because I already me and Jordan talked about it a bit. He didn't waste his time. I stayed up till 9:30 my time, and I had to wake up at 2 a.m. my time the next day to watch that. What would you call it? It wasn't a fight. What would you call it?
That was a hustle.
That was a hustle. Well, I see.
It was a hustle between Jake Paul and Netflix.
I mean,
that's all this was. That's all this was.
The article I have is about the tech issues, which I got hit by. Man, it kept freezing like fucking crazy for me.
I call it a sideshow.
What that was, though, is Netflix. So this is why it's truly genius, because it's truly a win-win for everyone except for the audience. So here's this is what I believe happened. So Jake Paul has made virtually a new career for himself by challenging people to boxing matches who are significantly tougher than your average Joe, but at the same time are not, and this is not disparaging at all, but I mean, they're not current, world-class boxers.
No.
It's not, like Jake said,
they're not professional boxers. That's the thing. Like Mike Tyson is a skilled fighter, and he in his day was a professional fighter, but he hasn't had a professional fight in like
that. Iron Mike, that was not. Iron Mike, that was not.
But that Mike Tyson also wasn't fighting. But we'll get into that momentarily. And I know Mike Tyson wasn't fighting because I'm sorry, but when your opponent is standing like this with his hands this low, and you're Mike fucking Tyson.
Oh, I mean, I think
I've seen videos. I saw a video where it was like people compared to him in training versus him in the actual fight. Like I saw that on TikTok and stuff, and there's no comparison. The man was not trying in the actual fight.
Here's
not to his full extent anyway.
Here's what I will say. I mean, to be fair, he did stuff. Those training or those videos were like early in the training camp, and he did like suffer an injury, so maybe he was winded from that. True. He didn't look like he knew where he was. Like when he walked in, he looked lost. Like it was very bizarre. And of Jake Paul, in this instance, I think he was too in it. I genuinely think he thought he was doing something. Like and the reason why I say that, and I mentioned this to Jordan, is you obviously watched the whole shit and whatever. You watched the whole thing, so you saw his stupid fucking entrance. Yeah. So when he's entering, that look on his face where he's looking around and he's got this big stupid fucking grin on his face is so sincere and so genuine. I think he legit thought that fighting Mike Tyson would provide him some sort of legitimacy. And then I think similar to that Logan Paul Floyd Mayweather fight, he realized, oh shit, I can hurt him like midway into the first round, and then carried him for the rest of the fight because he knew he would look like a piece of shit if he knocked out Mike Tyson. Like that's my, I don't think, I'm not in that camp of people who think that it was like Mike Tyson took a dive. I firmly am like, no, Mike Tyson is a 58-year-old man. He got in there and like legitimately tried, but was just exhausted the whole time.
So I'm playing devil's advocate as someone who didn't actually watch the full thing, but just kind of the vibe that I got going into it and hearing about it, it kind of just seems like wrestling, where they both knew what they were doing when they went into this. They had an understanding of how things would roughly go, and maybe some of the details weren't exactly set in stone, but like there was a plan. They knew how this was going to turn out.
Sorry, Jake, you were going to disprove me.
Well, no, so not so much disagree, because I can't prove it because only the people behind this know. So Jake Paul's made a career of doing that. And the weird thing, and this is where I think Jake is off base a little bit. So it's like, You can prove yourself, though. You just have to fight legitimate fighters. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. The reason why I'm inclined to agree with you is because he fought one actual boxer, lost, and then went right back to knocking out has-beens. Like, so
exactly. But here's the other thing. So my sort of conspiracy theory here is that Jake Paul understands, because Jake Paul is a hell of a fight promoter.
Oh, for sure. Indisputably.
He knows how to get people, and that's why these organizations entertain his fights, because they know he's going to bring eyes, which brings money. Netflix in particular is, so with the addition of things like this, and then things like WWE is going to be broadcasting Monday Night Raw live on Netflix starting in January 2025. So Netflix is getting into the live TV space, which means they're going to be making bids for the NBA, NFL. It's coming. It's coming.
Felt like a test for that. Like all the bugs that people are bitching about. That was to sort out for something they actually give a shit about.
So it's bugs. Not only that is, it's not only bugs. Now people and they're right, because here's the thing. Netflix at worst costs you $20 a month.
Yeah.
It's cheaper than a typical pay-per-view. So Netflix is proving that, hey, look how many new subscribers we got just from this one fight, and we can take this to advertisers with the amount of eyeballs we have, because of its cost, they can definitely get more.
I do kind of, I see what you're saying, but my response to that would be the negative reaction to this has been so thorough, though, that I don't. I've seen so many people say that Netflix needs to get the fuck out of live.
But I don't think that the negatives are necessarily reflective on Netflix. The biggest negative that reflects on Netflix is their streaming quality, that I hear was terrible for this, but it was also their first foray into this kind of thing.
True.
So this is the test trial, and like you said, you're testing it on something which isn't this isn't the big golden goose. This is like the test trial thing. And then you iron out the details for when you have Monday Night Raw, or when you have the live basketball or hockey and stuff like that.
True.
And that's when you really have things working properly. And then, they have nothing to lose by it.
True.
Yeah, and not only that, so look at the aftermath of this. People are complaining about the streaming quality. However, it doesn't matter, because you're telling me, honestly, you're going to tell me with a straight face, it's you're not you guys, but you're somebody that's shitting on Netflix for the quality. You're telling me that if they advertise Jake Paul versus Canelo, you're not going to grit and bear it.
True. Yeah. True.
Come on.
That's the thing. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Especially if they're smart and they keep the final result on there as just something that you can watch, then it's I could go and watch it later and not have to deal with all the live streaming things. You have your cake and you eat it too, kind of scenario.
That's precisely it.
True.
That's another perk that where Netflix could realistically lead the charge in pay-per-view becoming a thing of the past and just move it to streaming services. And even if, I think this is coming in the next few years, once this becomes kind of the standard, then you'll start seeing pay-per-view events via streaming services. So it's gonna,
for sure,
it's gonna become what it always was, but it's gonna take time. So there's gonna be a solid, I'd say 2 to 4 years, 5 years max of these kinds of events being operatively free if you already have the streaming service, and it's going to be glorious.
Yeah, it's going to be
and then they'll eventually give you a package deal where they're for an additional $5 or $10 a month or whatever, you get all of the pay-per-views as part of your package.
Yeah, which is fine because it's still cheaper.
But also,
this stuff writes itself. We can kind of predict the future in this.
My response to that, though, is any time that they try to although it seems to slowly be working, but when Disney tried to charge people $30 for Mulan and then nobody bought it and it made no money, and then they just waited till it just went to Disney Plus for free, that shit that never seems to work. So I don't know how well it's going to work with these live streams.
People, but here's the thing, though, some people did.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
It probably wasn't. And as far as the streaming service goes, if you got one person to pay $30 for early access to Mulan, that's $30 that you wouldn't have made just throwing it onto the platform.
True.
So it truly doesn't matter. True. And I think you're seeing this. You're seeing now they're playing with tier systems. Netflix is no longer just a straight subscription. I cheap out I got the one with ads, and I'm fine with it because the dirty little secret is Netflix actually makes more money that way versus the premium subscribers. So I'm all for it. I don't mind ads. I actually kind of like them because it helps you keep your finger on the pulse and it lets me know what's coming. That's why I like to get to the movie theater early.
True. I mean,
I'm on the opposite side of the fence where it's like I'll pay that little bit of extra money to not have ads. As far as I'm concerned, that's kind of the appeal to streaming service. If I wanted ads, I'd go back to normal TV.
I stand by it. Jordan says I'm crazy. They should bring back cable. They should bring back cable.
I mean, we're kind of going back that direction anyway.
I was going to say it's a different medium. So if the cable companies were smart, what they would do is they would essentially just restructure their whole technology to basically be like if Comcast did a streaming service instead.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, the problem with that is the licensing, because the licensing is different because, of course, the government.
Yep. So, but I will say the one good thing about that Jake Paul fiasco was, and I do find it interesting how he does fight. Well, I was gonna say he does surround himself with like legit boxers, like actual fights that are actually good, that are actually worth watching.
Oh yeah.
Like that fight was good. It was a good fight. Like as a guy who likes the art of fighting, it was. I was very much.
The first one was sad, but again, that was another influencer match.
Oh yeah, those are always moderately sad.
Yeah. I said this on Average Intelligence, and I'm still a proponent of this. I think with you guys being Canadian, I mean, feel free to jump on the train here, but like the United States has a national debt crisis. Like we're well aware of this. Best way, in my opinion, to pay off the national debt, pay-per-view, $100. I mean, it's expensive, but imagine if you will, politician versus politician.
Celebrity politician boxing.
Or celebrity politician boxing, yeah. Here's the thing, and I always said the first main event pay-per-view will be Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez versus Marjorie Taylor Greene.
See, it's look, this is the one political joke I'm going to do today, I promise, but it's how Matt Gaetz should be able to become the Attorney General, is he should have to fight every single person in Congress to do it.
Jesus.
Every single one.
Part of your Broadway World podcast says it was a good fight. It would have been better had Netflix not taken a shit.
I mean, yeah.
It would have been better if it would have been better if it had been a real fight too.
Although,
to be fair, would have been shorter.
Would have been much shorter. I mean, yeah. I said it would happen. I was just surprised that they gave the win. They didn't call it a draw. That was the part that surprised me.
Well, Jake Paul would never ever.
I mean, most of his, like a lot of his, I think his Anderson Silva fight, I think that one went to a draw. He's had a couple of them just go to a draw.
That's because Anderson Silva will meet him in the back alley and be like, "Hey, motherfucker."
Yeah, I need to look a little good coming out the back of this. Like, nobody looked good. See, that's the thing. Nobody looked good here.
This is all pre-negotiated, and the thing is, like, I'm not saying Mike Tyson's broke. I don't know what his financial situation is, but I mean, I'm not so proud to say I wouldn't take a dive for a few $1 million.
I'd perhaps make it look
millions.
More believable.
Yeah, I'm not flat out saying he took a dive, but what I am saying is he walked away very financially secure from this.
I don't know.
And then here's the other thing too, and this may not have been a dive per se, but I've heard people say, so I can't confirm or deny, I've heard people say that part of the contract with Jake Paul is that Tyson was not allowed to knock him out. And frankly, if Mike Tyson's not allowed to knock you out, what the fuck's he gonna do?
Right? Like that's his whole thing. My thing though is like,
say that's kind of his thing.
My thing was
he's like, that's where I say it just to a certain degree it does feel scripted.
My thing though is if this is, to use professional wrestling terms, if this is a work, it's not a very good one because it doesn't make either of them look good. So that's why that's why I don't think it is a work, because if it was a work, they would have worked it better.
And you're talking to somebody who still thinks that a Holly Holm Ronda Rousey fight where Ronda lost the title to Holly Holm was a work.
Oh no, no way. I do not believe that was a work. I think she's legitimately a crybaby loser.
Oh no, she is, but no, I mean her dropping the title.
Oh, her dropping. I don't know. I think
she dropped the title and immediately went and did a movie, and I saw that kick land. That was not. Do not take this the wrong way. Holly Holm can knock a motherfucker out, but where that kick landed,
I've watched that knockout so many times. I legitimately believe she was. I think she wasn't she sleeping with that shit trainer who convinced her that she could strike. Like that was Edmund something.
Strike, though.
Yeah, but there was that whole thing where he was convincing her that she was a striker, and so she kept trying to strike with every opponent instead of going for the thing she's good at, arm barring. And that's what she did with Holly Holm. She kept trying to stand up with her, and then Holly Holm kicked her in the head and punished her for it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about that specific.
Can't stand ego. It's just a thing I can't stand.
Anyway, regardless, that's been some years ago. But I mean, case in point, why has pro wrestling lost a lot of its popularity? Because everybody knows that's a work, and yet they still don't work it well.
No, my thing. I used to always, to be fair, I have since developed an affinity and an appreciation for the art of professional wrestling. I'm going to preface what I'm about to say with that. But I used to always make fun of Ronda Rousey and be like, Holly Holm kicked her in the head so hard she ran away to do fake fighting. Like that was my joke for years. Now I know that professional wrestling is a difficult thing to do, and yada. But it's still that was my line for years.
I think that's probably what was in her head at the time, and then she started doing, which there have been other people saying this, so this isn't just me pulling shit out of thin air, is that the schedule was very unkind, and Ronda did not like it.
I heard she's apparently also an awful wrestler and treats her partners like shit.
I've heard that as well. Although I will say, so she's like part of her 4 horsewomen group, though. Of the 4 of them, 2 of them are still active in pro wrestling.
Oh, fair enough.
And doing well. Marina Shafir is not doing great, but that's not really her fault. That's the company she's in. But Shayna Baszler is a fucking rock star.
I'm not super familiar with, other than I know. The Rhea something. I don't know many female wrestlers, not as many as I do the men. But my thing with Ronda was I always figured she was going to come back to the UFC. That Dana would put her up against a real real easy fighter. She'd come back and have some sort of comeback.
I think Dana may have learned his lesson with CM Punk, which, don't get me wrong, that made a lot of money. But I think there's a reason that you're not seeing more of that, because it got a lot of eyeballs, but these are not people that you can count on to consistently watch UFC. They came for CM Punk, but eventually the novelty wears off. And the thing is, CM Punk getting those 2 fights legitimately pissed off a lot of UFC fans.
Oh yeah, I knew that. Yeah, because they felt it denied an actual fighter. But hey, exactly. Brock Lesnar.
Well, but Brock Lesnar. But Brock Lesnar's different.
But Brock Lesnar. That's the reason why we even started watching UFC. Is the very first time we ever watched UFC fight was when he lost to Cain Velasquez pretty spectacularly.
Oh, that was disappointing. That was
very disappointing. Fight. That was a good card though. That was really cool. We watched that on the big screen at a movie theater. So that was really cool. We had a pizza. We sat there and watched a whole fight.
We paid quite a bit of money to go watch it just for him to lose in a minute.
No, actually, that was when I worked at the movie theater. We actually watched that for free.
Yeah. But Brock Lesnar would eventually go on to become UFC heavyweight champion.
He was when he lost to Cain Velasquez, he was UFC heavyweight champion. That's what he lost to.
I got my schedule.
That was when his diverticulitis started acting up, and so I think he went to a fight with, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Alistair Overeem. He tried to make a comeback and fight Alistair Overeem, and did this big thing about how he was having stomach issues. So Alistair Overeem punished his stomach for the entire fight, and then went down. That's been the UFC history for everyone. I haven't paid attention to UFC in so long because there hasn't really, once they tried to become an actual fighting league as opposed to basically being like WWE on steroids, which is what it used to be back in the day. Like when it was like Chuck Liddell and Tito Ortiz, it was the WWE but real. They were. I mean,
basically, yeah.
Yeah, those guys were cartoon characters. Chuck Liddell is a terrible mixed martial artist. Admittedly so. I'm not slandering the man. He would say the same thing. His whole thing was he hit hard and he could get hit hard.
So what's your opinion on the controversy of UFC 1?
UFC 1.
Back when you had sumo wrestlers.
Oh, you mean the very first UFC? I love UFC 1. UFC 1 is amazing.
The controversy about oh Jesus! Why am I blanking on their names?
Oh, the Hoist Gracie.
Why am I blanking? Hoist Gracie, and this is sad. I know these people. Whenever I get on podcast, my memory escapes me.
Ken Shamrock.
Ken Shamrock. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Ken Shamrock won that fight.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, the whole thing with that was there was no rules. So I don't remember that fight enough to.
But there were rules. You weren't supposed to be able to wear a shirt, and yet Hoist Gracie's in his whole fucking gi.
Oh yeah, right. And he's using the gi against him, right? Yeah. I remember
and then the boxer guy, you're not supposed to use gloves. But the boxer guy had a fight coming up, so they're like, okay, you can have a glove on one hand.
Yeah, you can have one glove.
And then there's some other guy in there with a gi, and
there's that fight made me think of that scene in Rocky 3 where it's Hulk Hogan versus Rocky. He's got his boxing gloves on. And he's like, "Well, I don't know what to do."
I don't specifically remember a lot of the details for that one, but I just remember the one where it's the UFC or the sumo wrestler, and I think he was against what was it? The
shoot fighter,
Dutch karate guy.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to at one point just lift him up and slam him on the ground.
I'm thinking about UFC 1 where the sumo guy got his teeth kicked.
Yeah, that's the one where the guy comes out and he just within the first second just kicks him in the face and the sumo guy just goes down instantly. The fight lasts like 30 seconds, and
I just remember it being brutal.
It was really brutal.
Oh, it is. And then there's this other guy. There's another guy in there who did jiu-jitsu, but not Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and I feel he doesn't get enough credit because he goes through. It's his second to last fight before he gets eliminated, because I think he gets eliminated by Hoist, if I'm not mistaken. But he goes through he's a bigger dude, but he goes through a war with this one guy and ends up submitting him with a crucifix, I think, or some kind of choke from a similar position.
It's been so long.
I don't think he gets enough credit because I mean it was all about the conspiracy. Is that was all about? It was basically a commercial for Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. And I'll be honest, I believe it.
Oh yeah, it was. They were the minds behind it. If you watch any behind the scenes on it, it basically sounds like they created it. So yeah, it kind of does seem that way. I know they deny it, but it definitely seems that way. But I love those early UFC. Like there's the one where it's just a guy just like wham 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 wham, and the guy that was the one they decided no groin shots.
I remember the one where it's I think it was the kickboxer versus the boxer. Someone against the boxer, and it was basically once they got the boxer on the ground, the boxer had no idea what to do because obviously in boxing you don't have ground game.
Yeah, that was Hoist Gracie's first fight.
This was a time where ground fighting was just not, outside of wrestling. It just wasn't a thing in the United States. It just wasn't. It's not something that people. It was very rare. It's not like today where there's a jiu-jitsu gym on every street corner, which thanks to UFC. But yeah, I'm in the camp that Ken Shamrock got robbed.
I know that he never really got a chance to avenge his loss. I know they came back and did a modern UFC fight, and it just wasn't the same.
Well, he won the second or third one. I can't remember which one.
I know. I don't think it was the second one. I'm pretty sure Hoist won the second UFC.
I think he did. I think it was Ken. I think Ken Shamrock won the third. He won one of the early ones though.
Yeah. I know he won one, and then Hoist didn't show up, and they were pissed because they didn't get the rematch.
Oh, I was just happy when and I always forget this guy's name too, the Gracie killer, when he just fucked them all up over in Japan.
I mean those Japan in whatchamacallit?
I think it was Pride.
Pride. Oh, Pride is delightful. It's one of my favorite UFC games. I think the third one they have a co-Pride league where you can leave the UFC to go do Pride, and Boss Rutan does the commentary, and it's you can bicycle kick guys in the I love the UFC games. My thing with UFC games is I don't understand why anyone would play those games for the challenge. It's way more fun to just put it on easy and just knock guys out.
I mean, yeah, that's what it is. I would think if you want the challenge, you would go to a gym and
actually fight people, right?
Yeah, and actually actually do it.
My thing is I like to.
But what happens though is you get punched in the face and you realize, oh shit, this isn't as fun as I thought it was going to be.
I'm going to go home and play video games. Yeah, this hurts a lot.
This is painful. Oh, arm bars really fucking hurt.
Stop that.
I think I'm going to go back to playing video games.
I think I'll go back to my video games now.
So Jake, let's keeping this thing on the rails. We
left the rails 20 minutes ago. What are you talking about?
We're back on the rails.
You guys are on a train?
There's tracks. So as the Godzilla guy, you obviously have probably heard that he's getting a sequel. They're doing Godzilla -2 or whatever it's going to be called. It's the same guy directing it and the same team.
then it'll be phenomenal.
But really, I just wanted to use that. Me and Jordan, we talked about this last week. He apparently has been in talks with Kevin Feige to do a Marvel thing, and we played the game.
What did I say? What did I say after Godzilla -1 won an Oscar with $15 million budget?
Oh yeah, they're like, come do that at Marvel.
Do it in Japan. We don't care. Give us that kind of. Do you realize that if you gave a Marvel movie a budget of, and that VFX team, right? Give them a budget of 80 to 100 million.
For
Holy
sure.
Shit.
So the question is though, we did two options. You can give him anything that has already been done. I found a way to broaden this, Jordan, or anything that has yet to be done that you would like to be seen done that you think he could do.
Anything.
World is your oyster. Marvel, obviously Marvel.
Oh, Marvel. Okay.
Yeah, you can't be like he could do Batman. It's got to be Marvel. He's talked to Kevin Feige, not James Gunn.
Marvel.
Something with some scale, something big.
I would want him. I don't know how he is with comedy, so I'm going to go ahead and not say Deadpool kills the Marvel universe. Give him an X-Men film.
Oh, X-Men! Ooh, I didn't even think about X-Men. That would be good. Yeah, yeah. Give him Apocalypse. Do Apocalypse, but big.
Oh no! Give him a rebooted X-Men franchise.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That would be good because I'm like something with some scale.
I want him to start, and I mean. When I say reboot, I mean reboot the shit out of this. Like, back to the school, and then they're good enough where as long as they wanted to do it, because what'll happen, though, as I've seen it happen so many times with very, very talented directors and artists like this, if they get burned out, it's over.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So you gotta be patient. Yeah, you gotta be patient with this shit.
Okay, so within the...
If he did do X-Men, I would be interested to see him use the Sentinels.
Yeah, Sentinels. You're right. Yeah. He would be great with Sentinels.
I agree, and that's actually sort of
Master
my
Mold.
Favorite.
Have him do Master Mold.
Well, just like we saw, like, God damn, I can't speak enough praise for X-Men '97.
Good shit.
It's good shit all around. The animation's beautiful. The music kicks ass. The acting is great. The animation is oh my god,
very pretty.
And like. Holy shit, the emotional weight. Like, god damn, the episode, my personal favorite, I can't remember the name of it, but it's the one where, Magneto doesn't die, but you think he's dead, where the Sentinels attack Genosha.
Oh, yeah, that one's really good.
And Gambit dies. That's like, bang. But, like, I don't know who's responsible for this, but they deserve an award of some kind. If it was in the Artie Awards, I would give it to you just automatically. Whoever's decision it was to give Magneto the line in German at the very end, holy shit.
I mean, it's probably the guy who got fired, if I had to guess. Probably his decision. Shame he got fired.
Well, I don't know, because this is very much speculation on my part. Based on what I've learned about him, I don't think he's got that level of emotional intelligence to have that kind of an instinct.
Fair enough.
Could be wrong. I feel like this sounds sexist, but I don't mean it to be. I feel like that was done probably by a woman.
Also fair enough. That's fair enough. So have you heard the word that there's new Star Wars movies coming?
Oh, for fuck's sake, stop.
I was thinking the same thing.
There's a new trilogy being written by Simon Kinberg, famously of the X-Men movie Simon Kinberg, which means only good things.
Which X-Men movies?
The bad ones, Jake. All of the bad ones.
Then just stop.
This is a write-off.
If you want to throw money away, I can provide you my address, and you can send me a check.
Just mail me a check right now.
Or a few dump trucks full of money. I take that too.
Either or. And I'll give you points for spectacle.
And to add mustard and ketchup on that. Daisy Ridley, Rey Skywalker will apparently be in all of them, or certainly she will be in a bunch of new Star Wars movies coming out.
So see, here's my thing. I'm kind of done with the Skywalker saga. Like it's been done to death. I said this to Justin in the past. I'd like a movie that takes place like maybe during the Old Republic era or the High Republic era or literally or 10,000 years after the Skywalker saga.
Everyone knows that the best stuff happens in the 5 years after Return of the Jedi. That's when all the best stuff happens in Star Wars.
No,
the 5 years after the, but maybe yes.
But no.
Maybe yes.
No. Again, I want unexplored territory like the Old Republic or the High Republic or long after the Skywalker saga when they're gone and forgotten and nobody remembers them and they're like ancient history.
I was just going to say, how about we fast forward to a not so long time ago in a galaxy far away where the Skywalker legend is a legend, and then some kid on fucking Tatooine, you know, it's like, because you always get annoyed with your parents, you know, living their glory days, right? And he's just sick and tired of hearing about these fucking Skywalkers. Like, Jesus, it's the only good thing to happen on Tatooine. And then somehow he finds the fucking lightsaber, and then he was like, it's all true.
I kind of want to do one where it's like 100 years later, and it's like more like modern. Like the planets are more like Tatooine is like a bustling like metropolitan city, you know. And yeah, he's just some like loser kid who just like hates the Skywalkers. I hate the Skywalkers.
I mean, really here we go. Jealous. Full twist. We follow a movie where it's this kid who's been living in the new Republic, and he's like tired of it, and we follow him, and we think that he's the hero, and by the end of the trilogy, he is the Emperor. Dun dun dun!
Oh my God!
Somehow Palpatine has returned
again.
Okay.
I kind of like it, like the new Republic, where it's like they've been through like 5 rebellions, and he's just sick to. Oh God, not another one! A 5th rebellion.
Yeah, imagine on the bustling metropolis of Neo Tatooine.
Yeah.
Oh,
like, oh, guys, seriously, we're doing another rebellion. Oh.
Janice Dirkfucker is the 3rd best pilot in his friend group.
Dirkfucker.
This one time, he shot a womp rat at point blank range and thought he was the absolute shit.
He may have kissed his sister once.
Joking aside, I would love one which takes place in the Old Republic. And like, then you could have, for example, Tatooine show up and have it be like a water planet.
Hey, I hate to tell you, Jordan.
The world like dried up and
they tried that
stuff like that.
I hate to tell you, Jordan. They tried that. Nobody liked it, and they canceled it.
They tried to make an Old Republic movie.
Show. It's called The Acolyte.
Yeah, that's true.
You watched it.
Oh.
Well, they didn't.
Well, that was the High. That was the High Republic.
Oh, that's the High Republic, right? Not the Old Republic. Sorry, I get the two confused.
Oh, and they also didn't cancel that show because people didn't like the Old or High Republic. They canceled it because it was fucking terrible.
I actually like that show. Well, I like parts of that show.
I actually, I like things about that show. I respect that it tried to take a step away from the Skywalker saga, and I respected that it tried.
I respect that, yeah. But
I respected that it tried to do stuff in the High Republic era. But there were choices that were made in that show that I didn't necessarily love. Like at the end, the stinger where they had Yoda, and I was like, seriously, like you couldn't just leave him. But to be fair, he existed in the High Republic. So that's where I'm like, do the Old Republic, which is long before any of the characters were ever alive. Not like you that's where you can have like the you have the Sith Academy. You have like there's so much untapped potential in that era for a movie. But to be fair, I haven't seen a Star Wars movie or show that I've been genuinely happy with since, and I was a kid, so take this with a grain of salt. But since the prequel trilogy, as a kid, I liked the prequel trilogy. I was a kid. I like
the prequel trilogy, especially after the sequel trilogy. I always go back and was like, see, it wasn't so bad, was it?
Wasn't so bad. Like I remember we watched the third one, like I think at least 3 times in theater.
Yeah, we went back there 4 times.
Oh, the third one, the third one's the 3rd best. Maybe the 3rd or 4th best Star Wars movie of them all.
It's definitely one of my favorites.
Definitely, yeah. It's my favorite of those three. That's for sure.
Oh, sure.
That one. Although I really like the first one, but I like the first one because I was 11 when I watched it, and you know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's what I target demographic. Yeah, exactly.
At the time, I had no issues with Jar Jar Binks because he was made for me.
It's why I'll never really like Red Letter Media, because they made it uncool to like those movies for a very long time. But
no, yeah, it's in the since time. I haven't really seen a live action Star Wars thing that I've liked in years. I like Star Wars nowadays. I like Star Wars for the video games more than I do for the movies.
Video games are good.
That's my maybe hot take, but like I genuinely liked Star Wars Outlaws, where you got to be a bounty hunter. I think that is a great trial run for a Jedi game. Justin and I have talked about this one before, where you get to be just a Jedi with his Padawan going from planet to planet, solving crimes and taking care of issues, and just being a Jedi. Like before all of the Clone Wars Jedis going down in a spiral kind of
Darth Vader bursts in.
Okay. But that's my hot take. I think that the Star Wars games are the future of Star Wars.
Yeah,
they need to be, at least for a while, because I think you could do a new film trilogy. I think you have to go in a totally different direction. And I think you need to let it set. Yeah. Because after, like, The Force Awakens, I'll tolerate. I don't love it, but I'll tolerate it. Like, it wasn't god awful. It wasn't good, but I mean, it wasn't god awful.
I mean, it was just A New Hope.
I mean, but done less well. But
yeah,
the Last Jedi is, and it's the worst Star Wars film ever made, and it's one of the worst films ever made. Period.
I don't know.
In the history of cinema.
It's hard for me to say that when Clone Wars is there. I'm like, oh, but Clone Wars and the sand, and it irritates me.
Clone Wars looks like an Oscar-winning film compared to The Last Jedi. I
mean, I don't know. I guess it. I should be fair though. I've firmly established my love of the subversion. I love it when things get subverted. So I'm like, I understand why people don't like that movie, but elements of it work for me. Other elements of it don't work for me.
Here's what I'll say of the new trilogy versus the prequel trilogy. The new trilogy has one okay movie that I like because I like A New Hope, and it follows all the same kind of beats, and so it works for me on that regard. The prequel trilogy, I generally like the first one, and I generally like the third one. So I'm willing to look past the kind of boring tedium of the second one because I like those other two ones so much. Like, I love Darth Maul. I don't like how they brought him back to life and his future, but as of that movie, I loved Darth Maul. I remember dressing up as Darth Maul for Halloween one year. I had the double lightsaber. Like, he was cool.
Have pictures. Does he have pictures?
We probably did at one point. See, the thing is, Jake, we're millennials, so our pictures were physical.
They got purged.
Yeah, so they might have gotten purged
a while back.
I'm pretty happy that every baby photo and child photo of me was destroyed in a house fire. So
I mean, excellent.
I can't imagine being a kid growing up in this age where like every picture of you is on Facebook. Like,
I always say I'm grateful that all of my baby pictures are buried at the bottom of a closet where they belong.
And then a lot were gotten rid of.
Yeah. Have you seen, Jake? I know Jordan has seen. Have you seen The Last Predator? Are you a Predator fan? I guess maybe I should start with that. Not really. Well, just real quick for Jordan, because me and Jordan, we watched Prey, and we quite liked that movie.
I was gonna say I heard Prey was really good.
It's phenomenal.
I should watch it. And it's not. I don't dislike Predator. It just never came on my radar, so I just haven't gotten around to it.
One of those. Fair enough. The last one's quite good.
There's a lot of movie franchises where that was the case for me, and I've only watched them because of this show.
But apparently, in this next one, Predator Badlands, it's been revealed that the movie will be about the Predator. The Predator will essentially be the main character, front and center, the main character of the movie. And I think that's interesting because They have yet to do that.
After how many have been made, I mean, that seems like a good call to me.
Yeah, especially from this guy. He's the same director who did the last one, and it's good.
So
I heard Prey was quite good.
Do you think we'll get a scenario where it'll just be the Predator making noises for 2 hours, and we will have to like pick up what's going on by context clues? Or do you think they're going to do a thing where they'll actually have subtitles, kind of telling us what they're saying?
The last one was actually.
I think maybe they should do the translation bit. Start out in the Predator language and then.
Well, what I will say is in the not Prey, but the one before that. They did subtitles. It was like the first time you got to see what predators were saying, and they did subtitles over their own language. So maybe that. But the voice thing would be way more fun.
Either way, when you hear Badlands, what time frame does that evoke in your mind?
God, I'm hoping like World War II or like World War I, and we just get to see him slaughter some Nazis. That'd be fun.
Well, that.
that would be awesome.
Nazis.
Or World War II. I did say or World War II.
Well, Badlands brings to me like desolate desert. So
yeah,
I'm thinking more like the Wild West.
Oh yeah. That'd also be fun.
Okay,
kill some cowboys. Because my whole thing.
You hear the Predator be like, in the Predator language, like, this town ain't big enough for the two of us. And then the fucking cowboys are like, the fuck are you saying?
I don't get that reference.
Let's shoot it.
That's it. That's my last news story. Jordan, do the news theme. Not good. Not good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that's funny. I thought you were gonna go.
Yeah. See, that's also we need a better news theme song.
Quite honestly, it's different every time because I can never really remember what it is.
I never truly remember what it was. But let's move into the sponsorship section of the end of the podcast. And we say it at the top of every show, but today's episode is definitely brought to you by the Arete Media Pantheon. Jake, would you like to tell people what sorts of stuff they can find on the website and on different YouTube channels across the internet sphere?
Well, you can find podcasts, a lot of them, where we talk about things and stuff. There's also our merchandise store, which is getting revamped. And to let everybody know, too, the Artie Awards are coming up.
Yes.
So get ready for that. Nominations are being entered, and then open voting will open in December and run until December 30th. The votes will be tallied on December 31st, and in early January, that episode of the Arte podcast will be the award ceremony where the winners will be announced and your prizes will be shipped to you within a reasonable time frame because it does take time to make them. The coveted prize, of course, will be the Podcast of the Year championship belt, which every winner every year gets, and everybody also gets their awards.
Brought to you by TrophySmack.com.
Yes, our friends at Trophy Smack, and I'm thinking because they just brought out a new set of ring products, I'm thinking about Best New Podcast getting a ring.
Oh, neat.
Ooh.
Speaking of the new podcast, I have to say it was really funny. When our Spanish-speaking podcast, we were sponsoring them one episode, and I went to Jordan. I was like, I don't know what Mira means, but I'm guessing it's Spanish for sponsored by.
No, Mira means look at.
Yeah,
look, watch.
We eventually discovered look, watch. And it was like, oh, and it's just very jarring because I didn't watch it, but I just sort of skimmed it. It looked like they were doing some of the ice baths, and and just to see all our faces just in the middle of it was just very funny.
Good times.
But yes, and Jake, obviously you do the Average Intelligence podcast and the Arete Media podcast and the Down the Middle podcast. And the Final Frontier podcast every Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You should go watch them.
There's one of those coming out tonight.
Tonight, yes, they are very funny. I despite being in them, egotist of me, they are funny. There's times I laugh because I watch it, and then I'll make the exact same joke I made when we recorded it, and I'll just talk over myself, and it makes me laugh every time.
I've done that. I've done that while editing before. I'm like, oh, I should have said this, and then I immediately say that. I'm like, I'm funny.
I do the same thing. I'm like, oh, I'm clever. The one that made me laugh was when I referenced anytime I badly described a scene and you edit over me describing it, and I'm like, fucking nailed it. But the one that made me laugh the most was the Star Trek sitcom that was glorious, and I showed that to Jordan because it made me laugh so much because I was
actually that was a lot harder than I anticipated it being, but I had already committed to the bit.
I could tell. I could tell, which is why there was two, because clearly you're like, this is hard. I need more than one.
The second one wasn't that bad. The first one, timing that was really difficult.
It was so good. It matched so well. It was pretty good. So hard. And the other one that made me laugh was when I was talking about the bit from Family Guy where it's you can suck it, live long and suck it, and you managed to just like perfectly sync up me going live long and suck it to Spock doing it. It's great. I was like,
I knew that's what needed to match. I knew that the live long and suck it needed to match. Everything else was kind of arbitrary.
The timing of it was so good. It's so funny. It is a very funny podcast. We take the piss out of William Shatner a lot, and we learn a little something. I learn a little something every week, and also I learned that I can write jokes, which is kind of fun.
And two, we don't always take the piss out of William Shatner. In fact, in the episode that's coming out tonight, we both talk about and kind of shit on the body negativity that's often associated with Mr. Shatner.
That is true. Yeah.
Because that man is not fat.
No.
It's certainly not in 1966.
Well, it's weird because it's funny. I watched a clip.
Is he perceived as fat?
Yeah.
This sort of the running, and I think this comes later. I think this comes from the 80s but you got to remember he was 32 in 1966. So by the time the 80s rolls around, he's well into his 50s.
Oh, for sure. Well, it doesn't help that Shatner leaned into a lot of these stereotypes. So I saw this clip from this movie where he says, I never did my own stunts. I only kissed the ladies. And watching the show, I don't really believe that that's true.
That's not true.
I firmly believe he did his own stunts. Like, there's a lot of shit. It's funny because that's going to come up in the next segment of the show where we talk about Batman. There's a lot of shit when you see people do physical stuff in the 60s. You don't have the benefit of being able to be like stunt guy, CGI out the hide shit, or, you know. So, there's times where you need to see his face doing it. So William Shatner's got to do it. Like when he got tossed by that guy.
Roles, you know that.
He did all those roles. And when he got tossed by that guy that one time. And he loved it. And he absolutely made sure he made out with all of the female guest stars.
All of them. And
it's,
you know
it's
what?
in his contract.
With a handful of them, I don't blame him.
I don't blame him.
I was gonna say I don't need to have seen the show to say I probably don't blame him.
Right? He's the captain. It's what he gets to do.
All I'm saying is watch the episode "Do Androids Dream of Killing Red Shirts?" You will understand.
That's a solid episode. That's a very good episode. My favorite. That's the one where I described the android making process, right? Yeah, that was a good one.
Oh my god.
I love the one. I don't know which episode it was, but I love the one where I came in and you guys were talking about the red shirts dying, I believe, and I made a joke about it, to which Justin found it funny enough that he laughs on it. He's like, Jordan just made this joke. And I'm just, sometimes I hear you guys talking and I mutter to myself, not expecting him to hear me. But
I can't something about us being bloodthirsty.
Something like that. Yeah.
Which, hey, if more red shirts would die, I wouldn't have to ask for it. That's all I'm saying.
Lambs to the cosmic slaughter.
It's coming season 2. Season 2 is where the red shirt death starts ramping up.
Well, so there are some episodes that are coming, so we're gonna.
Honestly, I was surprised we got because you sort of indicated that it was a later kind of thing. So when we did get the 2 that we got, it was kind of surprising. I was like, I wasn't expecting these so soon. I was expecting them to come later.
And it's just like rapid succession. There's a lot of death in that episode.
I mean, yeah, a lot of death like in early Star Trek, and then there's long periods of time where it's just them in a courtroom.
Yep. I was just happy that I got to make a bunch of DBZ Abridged jokes in that episode.
I love DBZ Abridged.
So I have to point this out because I'm so proud of the edit. So the running gag that I do in that episode is because androids keep popping up in that episode of Star Trek. So I do there's a running gag in DBZ Abridged where basically because Trunks got the first 2 androids wrong, Vegeta is riding him every time. So there's a line where he's like, so I'm pretty sure that makes 3 androids. Do I hear 4? So I put that in after we get the 3rd android. But Team 4-Star did the movie Super Android 13, and the line that Goku says is actually, "Oh, we found, I can't remember, there were 3 more androids." But he can't say 3 in the context of our episode because we found like 1 more after that. So I actually edit out the 3. So Goku in our episode, Goku just says, "We found more androids."
Oh, that's funny. I didn't even notice that. That's funny.
The thing is, I was worried about it feeling jarring, but because of how they animated the mouth movements,
yeah,
it's seamless. If you didn't know, you would never know, and then it just cuts to Vegeta going, "Huh, never gonna let the boy live this one down."
That's awesome. Yeah, they're I mean, to be fair, their audio I think is designed that way so they can slot it in kind of anywhere they need it to.
That's which I forget. The bit actually starts with Trunks just going, "No, no, no,
no, no, no." So with that, yes, rtmedia.org. Go to the website. There you can see all sorts of stuff there. And yes, Jake is very good at teaching people how to make podcasts, but you got to do it live now. You can't take on another edited one.
Well, you can edit it your damn self.
Or you can edit it your damn self. It's not that hard. CapCut's a very user friendly program.
I've actually switched over to CapCut exclusively.
Yeah.
Because
I've been teetering on paying for Pro.
I recommend it, but even the free version, especially the desktop version is amazing. Like, it is a fantastic editor. The only thing it's not particularly good for is nonlinear editing, but you can work around it. If you're just editing something down in a straight line, it's perfect.
My thing with the mobile version is, for whatever reason, when you're scrolling through the timeline, it'll just, if you hit just the wrong part of the screen, it'll jump back. And so there'll be times where I'm like editing and all of a sudden it's like at the beginning of the video, it's like, so I have to scroll all the way back. And it stopped doing this now, but there was a couple of month period where every time I would like go out of CapCut to like go check Facebook, go respond to a text message, do whatever, pull a clip from YouTube, it would pop up an ad. And not just like one ad, like 4 or 5 ads. So I'd have to constantly like skip through them. And it just made editing videos tedious because every time I'd go to get a clip, I'd have to go back and have to sift through a bunch of ads. It doesn't do it. It has been doing it for a while, but it's so annoying.
Oh, they definitely want you to buy the Pro.
Oh, for sure.
I'm going to tell you, the Pro's worth it.
Yeah.
For $10 a month. So they have a feature where, I'm not even joking, I've used it in the Final Frontier. When I cut to the scene from 21 Jump Street where Channing Tatum goes, "Fuck you, science."
Yeah.
There's music playing in that part of the movie that makes the fuck really hard to hear.
Really?
So CapCut has a vocal isolation tool that is like professional grade. Because if you go and watch that clip in the Final Frontier, which I believe is the same episode, I think it's the same episode we've been talking about.
That's funny.
Where it takes the music right out and it leaves the dialogue crystal clear. There's no distortion or nothing.
It's so good to know, because there's been times where I'm like, man, I wish I could get rid of this. I'm gonna get copyright struck for this stupid music out of this clip. That would be really useful.
Send it to me. I'll take it right out.
Is it really only $10 a month?
Yeah,
that's not that bad.
Yeah, that seems very, very reasonable.
Yeah, I might have
to. It's absolutely worth it, considering like Adobe, the Adobe Suite will run you. Which, don't get me wrong, the Adobe Suite is better, but for what most of us are. But what most of us are using it for, the Adobe Suite is just unnecessarily robust. Like,
overkill.
You won't use 90% of the things that it can do.
My thing is, I for Canva, I've been tempted to move to Pro for that, because I'm getting sick to death of looking for assets on that website, having to scroll through 1,000 premium ones. I really wish you could filter out the premium ones.
Seeing all these cool ones, going like, "Oh man, I wanted you." Oh no, that's premium. Oh, that one's really cool. Oh no, that one's premium.
Canva's also worth it.
Yeah, I've been.
Canva's worth it just for the. Canva's also worth it just for the background remove tool. However, they have another tool that's actually even more useful, the Magic Grab. So sometimes it's quite bad at figuring out the background, but so like if you've got an image with 6 people in it, and it's especially useful if some of these people overlap. You go in and magic grab just the one person you want, and then when you save it and exit out, you can just grab that one person out of the photograph.
Oh, neat. Because that's why
it's awesome.
That's why none of our thumbnails involve us in any way, because I'm like, I can't take us out of anything. Otherwise I would. I've been tempted to, so I can start getting us in our own thumbnails. But anyway,
speaking of which, we need to get together on your guys' new theme song.
Yeah,
it's funny. We just need to.
I have varying degrees of a theme. I have music that I've cut into a minute long. The problem was the tool I was using kept giving me like 4 minute long songs, and I'm like, these songs are great, but they're just not like they're too long, or I cut them off at a weird point. So I managed to edit the one that I think I sent to you, and I was like, yeah, now it actually has an ending, like an actual ending. So yeah, I don't feel bad using that. Yeah, I do.
So fun fact, while we're talking about it, if you do YouTube Shorts a lot, YouTube has unveiled a new feature, AI generated background music.
Really?
The only catch is it's 30 seconds long, and you've got to be, if you've got something very distinct you're looking for, it can be tricky to prompt it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's good. Sounds good.
30 seconds. Yeah, my shorts are always a minute long.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the drag, is that they're 30 seconds or less, but it's in beta right now, so I'm pretty sure that you'll get longer ones before too long.
Oh, for sure. But with that, we gentlemen are here to discuss the man of bats, the Batman himself.
Dende.
No.
So at that,
I saw a bird.
It was a lovely
pretty.
Kick its ass.
So Jake, did you watch anything other than Batman versus Superman? If indeed you watched Batman versus Superman.
I did not rewatch it.
That's all cool, because we'll just run through the show in the regular format, back and forth. And if you've seen it, feel free to chime in. I'm sure you've seen most of these. If you haven't seen it, we'll learn something new.
We watched a lot. So there's a wide array.
There's a wide array, and I feel like
Batman and Batman adjacent.
And I have an interesting take on Batman that I'm going to say when I get when I start off. But Jordan, what is your first Batman thing?
My first Batman thing is the OG Batman the Animated Series. It's a classic. I love it. It brings in a lot of characters that are staple. I didn't watch all of it, to be fair. This is a rapid fire, so I watched a good chunk of it. But it brings in a lot of characters that have become staples, like Harley Quinn, I believe was introduced in this show.
Yes, she was.
Yes, she was. The character of Harley Quinn, which was later immortalized in comic book form, but based off of the Bruce Timm universe. She was written into the wider Batman canon later because she was so popular. She was supposed to be a one-episode character. Can you believe that?
I know,
right? And she's become such an integral part of the DC universe.
I mean, Mark Hamill Joker, which we're going to be talking about a lot today, by the way.
You have, I mean, there's so many characters. I'm blanking on Mr. Freeze. Thank you. That's it. I'm ashamed that it took me that long to think of him. The story that they introduced him with in this show is so tragic. And one of the things that I really like about Batman the Animated Series, and it kind of it made me realize that I think the live action movies are kind of missing this, is the fact that Batman isn't just straight about beating the shit out of his villains. He wants to help them get better. He is sometimes that, but like a good interpretation of Batman is usually that he also wants to help his villains, rehabilitate them, and turn them back into functional members of society, and not just have an endless repeat cycle of him beating them up, sending them to Arkham, they break out, he beats them up, rinse and repeat. And so I forgot how much I love this show. I grew up with it. It's one that I watched so much growing up, and I sort of forgot how much I love it. That's my final thoughts on that one. It's just I love it.
I mean,
well, to your point, one of my favorite Batman moments of all time. It's actually from Justice League Unlimited, I think it might be the end of Justice League, the series, but either way, it's talking about how it shows it's a flashback, but the premise is that Ace of the Royal Flush Gang, the Ace that's the young girl and has psychic powers, she somehow, some way, like transmutated all of Gotham City, and Amanda Waller's involved, so you know she's trying to kill somebody. And she's saying that the only way to end this is for Ace to die, and Batman says, "I'll do it." And then he goes in there, and he knows that Ace is dying, and not only dying, but dying like now-ish, like it's gonna happen any minute. And he knows this. He has no intention of killing this child.
No, he just sits there with her. Yeah,
he sits there with her, and I'm like, that's Batman, and that's why That's why I hate Pattinson so much.
Because he just beats. But I mean, to be fair to Batson,
or like in another episode, one of the ones with Harley Quinn, where it's after Harley Quinn has kind of quit being Harley Quinn and she's just trying to have a normal day. And at the end of it, she's like, why did you stick around with me and be so nice to me all day? And he's just like, I had a bad day once too. And it's like, that's Batman. Like, that's my Batman.
That is Batman.
Yeah, that is Batman. And then, watching Mark Hamill Joker just makes me go, man, I miss when the Joker wasn't gross and weird like he is now. Like, why does every version of the Joker have to be gross and weird now? Why can't we have Clown Prince of Crime Joker again? I miss Clown Prince of Crime Joker.
So are you lumping Heath Ledger's into that?
He starts it, but he's not the worst of it. That's how I would put it.
I was gonna say he kind of towards the end of the movie he kind of becomes a clown, like a more chaotic clown Prince of Crime. But
like I'm more talking like.
I think he still stays in the camp of Clown Prince. He's not quite Jared Leto.
He's not Jared Leto or the god awful one in the Batman. And I like the Batman. We're not going to be talking about the Bat. Well, we're going to be talking something the Batman adjacent today. But we're not going to be talking about the Batman today. But I like
talking about Light.
No, Colin Farrell.
That's the same movie. You do realize.
I like the Batman. Tolerated it. I was gonna watch it, and then I remembered it was 3 hours long, and who has the time? But like,
so here's the thing for me is when Justin said Batman, I immediately was like, well, okay, I'd like to watch some Batman stuff that I actually like, and I've already done the dark, like the Batman Begins and like all of those ones. So I'm just gonna not do any live action.
Yeah, I didn't hit any of the Nolan stuff.
So all of mine are animated.
You made the right decision, because
I think so too.
Yeah, there are some very, very good live action Batman films, but I mean, for me at least, the animated stuff
is so good.
Even the animated movies, because to me, Warner Brothers Animation, not just Batman, all of their characters. Warner Brothers Animation understands these characters.
Sure.
The live action studio, they don't have a fucking clue.
So
like they are so lost.
You know what? I've got two things.
I 100% agree with that.
I have to shoehorn this in because this is a Superman moment, but Batman's involved. It's actually a really badass moment for both of them because this moment, it's my favorite Superman moment, bar none, of all time. This one is at the end of Justice League Unlimited, I do believe. It's Darkseid is on Earth. He's wrecking shit. And then Batman is actually going toe-to-toe with Darkseid. And then, I'm sorry, he's going toe-to-toe with Darkseid's kid at one point. And then the Darkseid's son is like...
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah.
They're like, you think you stand a chance of beating me? And he's like, I'm not trying to beat you. He's like, I'm trying to stall you. Stall me for what? And then Superman taps him on the shoulder and fucks him up. But a little bit later on in that fight, Superman... because again, Batman jumps on Darkseid, and then Superman comes in, and Superman gives this unbelievable speech. And I tell people this: if you ever find Superman boring, it's because you haven't seen this, because this is Superman. This made me a fan of Superman. This scene right here, because at first I was like, Superman's so boring, and he can get killed with a pebble, and this, that, and the other. And then I watched this scene, and I was like, oh, I get it now. I totally get the character of Superman. I'm paraphrasing, but he essentially says, he's like, I live in a world made of cardboard. I always have to, keep it under control, because if I lose control, even for a moment, I could kill people. And then he's like unloading on Darkseid, and he said, but you can take it. So this is a rare opportunity for me to show you how powerful I really am. And then he fucks him up.
I remember.
I can picture that. I can picture the exact scene that you're talking about.
It's so good. It's so good. And that to me, I'm like, okay, Bruce Timm and everyone. Because Young Justice is another fantastic series. People involved in the animation studio understand these characters. And that's why their shit is the best. My favorite Batman movie of all time is one of the Warner animated.
Interesting.
And not to get off the subject of Batman and onto Superman too much, but one thing that I think that people kind of, in order to appreciate the stuff where Superman isn't really acting like Superman, which I will be touching on in one of my future ones, you kind of have to see him as the quote unquote boring, blue boy of steel who follows all the rules and he's a Boy Scout. Like, you have to get that version of him.
We're going to talk about Batman versus Superman. Stop spoiling it for the audience.
I was referring to one of my picks.
And I know you are. So I've got a series of ones for my next few. They're all from your shit. They're all from Batman the Animated Series. So, unless you got anything more to say on Batman the Animated Series, I want to talk about.
We can. We'll talk about your movie versions of my episodes.
I want to talk about Mask of the Phantasm, because Mask of the Phantasm is phenomenal. It is truly remarkable what that movie gets away with. Like, it is dark for a kid's movie.
And the like, don't get me wrong, I love how they did it. I wouldn't change a thing, but that's the kind of a Batman script that for some reason they've never gone. Now, I'm not saying do the Phantasm exactly, but like the way that script is constructed, the way the story is told, would be perfect for a live action adaptation.
Right? Because you've got a love interest, you've got a pretty, I'm going to spoil the end of this movie, you got a pretty decent twist that she's the Phantasm. The movie does a really good job red herring you into thinking that it might be the dad. And yeah, it's definitely like, it's right for Hollywood being like, Batman doesn't want to be Batman, which that's one thing that bothered me about it. It ran so antithetical to, in my opinion, the Kevin Conroy version of Batman never has doubt. Like, I don't know. I didn't like that he was like, at least to me, he never doubts being Batman. At least in my perception of him. He's never like, I don't want to be Batman because of women.
Well, but that's why that story works. It's not women, it's Andrea Beaumont.
It's worse than Batman Forever, I will say that. Where it's like, he just wants to quit being Batman so he could be with his girl.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. Although, I mean
that's also pretty. Batman Begins.
I mean, that is also Batman
fair
Begins.
Enough. And she is not pretty. She's pretty, but you know what I mean. Like,
she is Katie. She is Katie Holmes.
Yeah. And then they downgrade to Maggie Gyllenhaal.
And then she turns into bug-eyed Maggie Gyllenhaal. Oh, that was mean. That was mean. I promised myself I wasn't going to say that joke.
It is funny, and this is a testament to Christian Bale's acting ability. He doesn't act any differently, but it's like not the same woman.
It's not the same. It was definitely not the same woman.
Well, it was funny because I remember the first time I watched that, and I was like, wait, is she supposed to be this? And I'm like, okay, she is.
She's supposed to be the same character.
Okay.
Rachel! Who's your plastic surgeon? You're amazing.
It's amazing. Send them my regards.
Oh god!
I will say though,
the Phantasm.
Mask of the VHS cover of Mask of the Phantasm used to scare the piss out of me as a child. Like, the Phantasm itself was legit scary. Also, you get to see corpses in this. Like, when Joker kills people, it's like, oh yeah, that guy's dead. He's very dead.
Yeah, they couldn't get away with that on TV.
Yeah, you couldn't do that on TV. And yeah, I cannot speak highly enough. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of times, like, streaming shit makes you kind of forget that went to theaters. Yeah, it absolutely.
Yeah.
This is of streaming quality now, but
I watched it in the movie theater, and I was like,
"Oh, did you?"
Genuinely horrifying.
We didn't watch it.
Genuinely horrifying for a small child.
Yeah, like, it isn't. Like, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's PG-13 in the States, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was.
I think
is it PG-13? No shit.
Actually, that's a good question. I'm going to look that up. I could see it. I could definitely see it.
Here it would just be PG because we don't have a thing for cartoon violence. For us, it's violence, like, but like real extreme violence. Yeah.
I kind of get that. I'll be honest. I do agree with your rating system a bit more. Oh, I want
because I know that
MPAA rating, not the fucking audience score.
I know that Aladdin. Fun fact about Aladdin.
PG.
Oh,
that's
PG.
Hilarious.
Oh, well, it must be a strong PG then, because I know that Aladdin very famously was almost PG-13 because of the snake. The snake was so scary they almost gave it a PG-13. Fun fact Fun Disney fact.
If your kid's that big of a sissy, then they don't need to be going to the movie theater anyway.
No, man,
they're probably afraid of their own shadow.
That snake scared the piss out of me as a kid, man. It scared me so bad.
It's supposed to, but it's also a fucking cartoon.
I mean, yeah, I was 6, so I didn't really know.
Sure, when you're 5 or 6, it's a little different.
I know. I'm channeling my inner Matt Walsh, and I feel icky.
Don't get me wrong. I've made fun of Justin for being scared of things. Spider-Man, for one.
I was terrified of Spider-Man.
For years, I didn't get to finish that movie because he got scared and we had to leave.
Yeah.
Wait, which Spider-Man?
The first one when he turns into
first Tobey Maguire one.
Yeah, when he turns into the Green Goblin, he's freaking out on the table.
I was going to say, you know what? I can,
for some reason, it tweaked me.
I can see. Well, it tweaked him. I can see that. That's an objectively scary mask.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say that as an adult, I don't understand why it freaked him out.
I was like,
I'm
12.
saying as a kid who wasn't freaked out, I wanted to finish the movie.
Yeah, but then when he rolls up the gold part of the eyes, I'm like, why?
Why does he do that? Yeah, I was scared by
is this a function?
I used to get scared by stuff that, like, it depends on the thing. Like, certain things I'm like, I don't get it.
So that you can look into his eyes while you die.
Acting happens in the eyes, man.
Yeah, Willem Dafoe isn't objectively, like, is a scary man, or can be.
He can be. He's a very frightening man. No, yeah, it was, we talked about it once, but there's been a few things I've watched on the show that I watched as a child where I went, yeah, man, this was scary. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen Ernest Get Scared Stupid, but the troll in that movie is fucking terrifying. Or The Mask. The Mask, when he puts the mask on for the first time, oof, that still gives me the willies. When he looks up into the camera and screams.
And yet you watch the Terrifier movies.
Yeah, I'm Jake, we've established I'm weird. I'm strange. I'm a strange fellow.
I didn't click how young that actor was. I thought he was a significantly older man.
Who's that?
The guy who plays Art. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I think he's about our age, I think, isn't he?
Maybe slightly older because he's got some gray in his hair, but that means nothing.
He's quite the guy who plays Art. He's quite a talented guy.
I saw his Joker bit.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yes, please.
I could see him as the Joker.
He's done a couple of bits where he's like, "This is what Art the Clown would sound like if he talked," and it's He also did I've talked about it before, but he did. He played the Grinch in that What If the Grinch But Mean movie?
The Mean one?
Yeah, he was the Grinch, and he kind of does a pretty good approximation of Jim Carrey's joke, or Jim Carrey's Grinch, but if he were crazy and a psychopath, and it's actually quite good. Like that movie.
Oh God, you'll
Blood Honey Bad was good.
I was in Walmart yesterday, and I just happened to walk by and saw they had on sale Blood and Honey Part 2.
Apparently it's good. I've heard it's good. Like, I know Haley hates it, but I've heard it's good. Like, I've heard it's better than the first one.
Haley hates a lot of things that are good, so.
I mean,
anytime someone comes to me with one of these beloved childhood thing, but evil and killer, I just kind of roll my eyes, and I'm like, I'm not like against it inherently, but I don't get it.
Depends on the one.
Like,
for
that's
me.
kind of my thing.
I can help you because I haven't seen the whole movie, but I did see the intro, which is honestly the introduction to the first one is like genuinely eerie.
Yeah, that's about as good as it gets.
Well, I mean, I figured, but the concept of Blood, and at least my understanding, the setup at least, Blood and Honey as a bare bones story is about the consequences of the loss of innocence and the collateral damage.
Kind of. Yeah, a little bit.
Well, no, because Christopher Robin sets up this small society, right, of Pooh and all of his friends, and then he just abandons them because, he probably hits puberty and realizes that boobs are awesome. And then he doesn't want to go play with his stuffed animals in the woods anymore.
Well, the movie sort of implies that they're like creatures. Like it's really the mythology of it is weird and confused.
It's essentially the horror version of what was the live action one Disney did with Ewan McGregor? What was that called?
Oh, Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, it is kind of. Christopher Robin.
Christopher Robin.
Which I gotta say, cute movie. I liked it. I quite enjoyed it, especially Christopher
movie.
Robin calling that guy, especially Ewan McGregor using the word woozle.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed that one.
I enjoyed that one. My thing was more just I meant like You have they're doing the Pinocchio one, they're doing the Bambi one, they're doing the Steamboat Willie one. They got 2 Winnie the Pooh ones. They've got the Grinch one. And
yeah, there's a Bambi one coming. Yeah.
Does Bambi develop a taste for human flesh?
I think so. Yeah, Bambi does a murder. Yeah, it looks like it's Jaws but with Bambi.
And so my thing is kind of just like I don't understand the fixation on taking all of these beloved childhood things and making a horror version of them. I don't see the appeal.
It's a thing of human nature of wanting to bring something pure and good down to your level effectively. It's kind of like how
same reason. It's the exact same reason that Jake Paul does what he does. It's shock value, and it's easy to get eyes because it's a character or characters that people already know in a twisted way, which builds curiosity. Yeah. And let's be real, on a horror movie, the only real special effect you need is red corn syrup. So it's easy. Yeah. It's easy and cheap. So
I guess I just would figure after like the second or third one of these that shock and awe factor would kind of wear off.
Or if you prefer,
it's kind of my thing.
Money. If you prefer money,
it's
movies
money.
Make money.
Well, the thing of it is, if you can produce this movie, one of these movies for, I mean, I think a generous budget would be. Did it get a theatrical run? I can't remember.
Yeah, a very small one, I think.
Okay, it's small.
Well, the first one made crazy amounts of money. It was crazy successful.
Do you know what the budget for it was? Because I'm just pulling numbers out of my ass. At
nothing. No, less than $1 million.
I was gonna say. Oh, sure. So I was gonna say, if you can make one of these kinds of movies for like, say, under $100,000.
Yeah, it was less than that.
Which I was gonna say probably more like. I mean, Clerks was made for $27,000.
Yeah.
And technology is much better these days. So you could probably make a movie. You could make Clerks today with an iPhone.
Oh, for sure.
You can make it for virtually zero. And, some software. So call it $1,000. You could literally make Clerks for $1,000 or less. Yeah. So you can make Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey for like, I don't know, maybe 20, 30K.
Yeah, but that's why the second one, the costumes look more expensive now, is because they got a budget.
Yeah, because they got somebody else's money, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of the thing that going back to Godzilla -1, that's the thing is it's like they're going to be tempted to raise the budget, and that's fine because that might make people's lives easier, but I've just noticed that generally when people get a large pay increase, they have a tendency to go nuts with certain things, and it's kind of like no. Stick with what brought you to the dance, but give yourself some more money.
Right, do the same thing but better. That's what I say. Do the same thing.
Pay yourself more.
Right?
Because we all do this shit for money. Like,
do the same thing
at the end of the day.
But
better. or use it to pay for like maybe a better camera. Something to make the quality better, but not necessarily,
sometimes you may not want to do it because like when you say this is very limited, so like 95% of the time you're 100% right, but it's like the Blair Witch Project was much more popular than the Blair Witch Project 2.
Yeah, true. That's true. That's a fair example.
Because they got away with what they got away with what brought them to the dance.
True.
I think Justin's frozen.
Is that me being frozen?
Oh, he's been frozen for me this entire time, staring at the camera with disappointing eyes.
Can you hear me though? That's the important part.
Oh, I can. I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
That's why I didn't really make a big deal of it.
As much as this is
you weren't frozen on the stream itself.
Okay, good. That's what matters. I'm sorry, guys. In the Discord call, if it chugs a little bit, it doesn't matter. Mask of the Phantasm. That's it. That's all I got for Mask of the Phantasm. Jordan, what's your next one?
I give it 2 thumbs.
Way up. Really good.
So my next one is I consider it kind of a continuation of the last one. It's Justice League, the series.
I like that first series, but I don't think that show hits its stride till it becomes unlimited. Like I think that's where it really hits it.
I'd say about halfway through season 1, it's season 2 certainly. But Unlimited's good. Don't get me wrong. Unlimited's very good. But Unlimited becomes more of an ensemble show as opposed to like the core group. But there's pros and cons to each, but they're all really good.
Yeah, they're surprisingly good.
I consider them all kind of offshoots of the same product, which is the Justice League. But this one, I watched a very limited amount because it's a rapid fire. So, but from what I saw, I think it does a really good job of each episode kind of gives the core members of the Justice League their due time. And it definitely feels like they're taking on Justice League level problems. I don't feel like any one of the characters kind of gets overshadowed by the rest. I definitely feel like this version of Batman is still the same version of Batman as Batman in the animated series. A little bit later in his career, maybe, and he's grown a little bit. He's a little wiser, but still very much has that core energy of the Batman from Batman the animated series.
I mean,
that being said, I think the Justice League show that I remember is unlimited because as I was watching this, it didn't do the amazing theme song that I love so much from the Justice League show. And that's when I kind of had to go and look up and go like, oh, right, that's from Justice League Unlimited.
So
right.
Which one is the amazing theme?
That's the first one.
That's Unlimited.
Yeah, that's the one that I was thinking it was going to be. And then I realized that was Unlimited. And I was like, okay, this one's still good. But I like that theme song more.
Justice League Unlimited is the reason why I know who I can't remember what the Charleston characters are. So like the Question, Blue Beetle, the guys that the Watchmen characters are based on. The only reason why I know who the Question is, and I know that Rorschach is based on him, is because of that episode where he's like investigating Supergirl or whatever.
Just such a great episode.
It's really good.
I love the Question, man. I for some reason I've yet to do him as a Halloween costume, but it's on my list.
I did Rorschach for costume party once. It's a fun costume.
Oh, the thing about me is whenever I'm in costume, I'm in character. So the problem with going as the Question is if I'm at a party as the Question, I'm just investigating shit and questioning people.
That's awesome.
My thing with the Question is, and it's funny because the Question's going to come back later, surprisingly. But my thing with him is just like, so he's less shitty Rorschach. That's his deal. Like that's his whole thing. Like he's just like Rorschach, basically.
Well, see, today the Question would just have a YouTube channel,
right? Like an alt-right
which actually I'm kind of surprised that an influencer hasn't done that yet.
I mean, that's what essentially what the Riddler was in the Batman. No, we're not here to talk about the Batman. George, you have anything else to say about Justice League?
It's fun. It's definitely gives fair attention to each of the characters, and I had a good time with what I watched of it.
So for my next one, I have to take you guys back to the ancient art and ancient times of VHS tapes. And Jake, do you remember when they used to smack multiple episodes of a TV show together and have the audacity to call it a movie?
Yes, they did that with the first 6 episodes of Gargoyles.
They absolutely did.
Except it actually kind of worked.
It does. That's actually quite good. But I watched a movie when I was a kid called Batman Superman World's Finest. And it was the first time Batman and Superman ever teamed up. And I thought it was a movie. And I went to watch it as a movie today. And I was surprised when there was credits in the middle of my movie. And then I realized it was actually an episode of Superman the Animated Series. And I didn't know that. It blew my mind.
It was a two-parter, was it not?
Three-parter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But the thing is that, I mean, I will concede that would have been a better script for Batman v Superman, but they were going for more of a... So that movie, and I know we're going to talk about it later, but that movie is kind of a mixture of that 3-episode arc that you're talking about and Batman The Dark Knight Returns. It's kind of the battle is Dark Knight Returns, but the lead up is more like that 3-episode arc that you were talking about.
A little bit, yeah.
Because in the Dark Knight Returns, Batman and Superman already know each other. They're friends, right?
We're gonna get to it, but that's why that fight doesn't work in that movie. But
I disagree. I think the fight's probably the best part.
Interesting. We'll get
Yeah,
there.
we'll get there. I have things to say too.
I did enjoy in this, like, how they did have a little fisticuffs. My favorite moment is where Superman, like, or Batman throws Superman over his shoulder, and Superman's just like, the fucking audacity. Like, he just has this look on his face, like, what the fuck? As he, like, goes over Batman's shoulder is so funny. And I just love how the lesson of those episodes are: never trust the Joker. Just don't trust the Joker, because he will screw you over and tie you up and blow up most of your buildings. I also really enjoyed the characterization of Lex Luthor. I know this is a Batman thing, but I enjoy how he refuses to get his hands dirty. Like, he just has there's a really funny scene where him and his henchwoman and Harley Quinn are just fighting each other because she does all of his dirty work. She's just taking blows like a champ. And Tim Daly as Superman is also great. Kevin Conroy, Mark Hamill, can't talk enough about how good they are. It's a really fun movie. I really like their initial friction. It's really funny how the tension of the episode is how Bruce Wayne is effectively like yeah, I'm fucking Lois Lane. Every chance he gets, he just has to rub it in his face, like, yeah, I'm sticking it to your girl, Kent. I'm sticking it to your girl. Yeah. It's just funny because in that episode she finds out he's Batman, but never finds out that Clark Kent's Superman somehow.
Yeah.
Good series. Good couple of episodes, though. I had fun. I enjoyed them. Clearly, you've seen them.
They are fun. Yeah, that's a good batch of episodes. Another really good batch of episodes is Batman, the new animated series, where Batman goes missing and Superman goes to Gotham and impersonates Batman for a bit.
And he has to fight Bane. He fights Bane. Yeah, that was good. That's fun. That was a fun one. Yeah, the new Batman animated series, you could tell that's when that movie or that series of episodes kind of took place around, because Batman has, like, weird gadgets. Like, he's got, like, claw hands and stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, this is clearly... But then it also kind of seems to be kind of early on at the same time, because they sort of established that Batman still is kind of like an urban legend kind of status. He's still in that kind of era of his career. So, yeah, I don't know. But
I don't think that timeline quite pans out. But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. But yeah, it's they kind of go back and forth on that, because in some episodes Batman's really well known, and then a couple episodes later he's back to being this kind of obscure urban legend.
Yeah, it's
and
weird.
It varies,
like,
by series.
There's that one episode where it's all the all the kids talking about Batman, which is based on a comic book, which I've actually read, where it's all the kids talking about Batman, and it's like he's imagined through different visions of people, and in one of them he's like a crazy demon monster thing. Those episodes are really good. Or the one where it's all the villains playing poker. That's also another fun one. It's just a good show.
Yeah,
just a good show.
One.
Jordan, what's your next one?
My next one is Justice League Doom, which might as well be called Batman versus the Justice League.
That one's also good. Essentially.
Yeah,
based on the Tower of Babel storyline from the comics. Quite good.
Yeah, for those who don't know, basically supervillain gets a hold of all of Batman's contingency plans and uses it to fuck over the Justice League. That's the summation of that movie. It's good. It's so good.
Yeah. The best part's at the end, though, when the Justice League is, like, spoiler alert, the Justice League is debating what to do with Batman after finding out that he had contingencies for all of them, and Batman's like, nah, I'm out. If you guys don't get why I did this, then we're done here.
And so what's funny is so spoiler alert for one of my have scenes is I watched / played / read the comics of the Injustice storyline, and so that entire storyline is pretty much just a poster child for why Batman should have these contingency plans, because it sure seems like in that world he doesn't, and Superman takes over the world. So
I think that's actually what motivates him, isn't it? After meeting the Justice Lords, or
yeah. There's different.
Sorry, go ahead, Justin.
I was gonna say, the Justice Lords. What you're talking, there's different variations of the contingency plan story. The Justice Lords, I believe, is from the Justice League Unlimited, I believe.
But I think it's basically the Injustice storyline, just done in a kid friendly.
Oh yeah. The Doom ends up being the Injustice League. Yeah, I think it's Lex Luthor the whole time.
No. It's an actual well, yeah, that's a good question. In the movie or the animated series?
In the movie, in Doom, it ends up being Vandal Savage. It doesn't it? Isn't he the main bad guy?
Yeah, in the movie, it's Vandal Savage.
Vandal Savage, yeah.
I'm not sure about in the original comic book storyline.
In the comic book, it ends up being the computer, doesn't it? In the original comic book storyline, the brother basically becomes
Brother
Skynet.
Eye.
Yeah, it goes Skynet, and then it ends up enacting all the contingency plans. I could be wrong.
Yes, I think you're right. I'm pretty sure you're right. That sounds familiar. It's been so long since I read the original comic book.
Yeah, it was really good,
but the movie is fantastic. I mean, it's kind of the summation.
I think this was when Kevin Conroy, they started letting Kevin Conroy be PG-13, so he got to swear a little bit. I think this is when he started to be a bit more like he's Kevin Conroy, but he's not the Batman the animated series Batman. Like this is like around the era when he started.
This is drawn differently, so it's more serious.
Yeah, it's good animation. Good. I quite like the art style. Some of these I like the art style more than others. You guys have anything else to say about?
This is definitely on the scale of the ones that I've seen. This is definitely closer to the top, I would say.
It's a good one. It's a real good one. Is that it? Is that all everyone's got?
That's all.
So
that's it. That's all.
So now we're getting to the fun stuff. Because we're going all the way back to 1966 and a little man named Adam West as we talk about Batman the movie from 1966. And it was kind of during that movie when Robin went on this real tirade about people who drink that I realized, and after watching the 1940s Batman, was that Batman's kind of a conservative, or at least was kind of a conservative character. Like, he's real friendly with the police. He's got real, like, staunch, like, ideas. He's always, like, even at his most silly, he's still very serious.
To be fair, he has always bordered on police state thinking. So
I mean, it's one of the funniest bits is where, and it just runs so contrast to, like, modern Batman, who is constantly like on the run from the police, where like one of the bad kids is like, you should take off your mask and you reveal yourself, Batman. And even the police are like, no, Batman never takes off his mask and we would never ask him to do that. He's an official deputy of the police. And it's just funny how, like, you know how in Watchmen, Night Owls, the original Night Owl, says how we all just kind of put on costumes and beat up criminals. It's kind of just what 60s Batman is. Like, he's unbelievably incompetent. He's not really good at anything, and the only reason why he succeeds is because his villains are even more incompetent. And it's just really funny because, like, there's moments where they're solving the Riddler's riddles, and they're they're fighting this boat. I don't know if you've seen the Batman movie, but they're fighting. They're in a helicopter, trying to get to this boat, and like this boat was on the sea for Catwoman. It must be Catwoman. And you're like, whoa, that was a hell of a walk. I don't know how you got there.
Oh, you mean kind of like the Batman, where Batman doesn't actually solve any of the riddles they're solved for him? The entire movie?
Kinda, yeah. They
doesn't figure any of it out.
The riddle, it real harkens back to a real 60s Batman, yeah, where it's like, where he's just
to be fair, not every version of Batman is a good detective, and that is a point that I will be making in one of my later movies.
But there's a real funny bit where they're tied to this dinghy.
In Batman's defense,
they're shooting missiles at him, and it cuts, and they're now safe. And Batman's like, it sure is a good thing that out of nowhere, that porpoise jumped out of the water and jumped right in front of that missile, conveniently saving us. And Robin's like, yeah, that sure is lucky. Did the porpoise jump in front of the missile, Batman, or did you throw the porpoise in front of the missile, Batman? Admit to your crime, Batman.
Animal cruelty. Who did?
Heard of jumping the shark, but
jumping the porpoise.
It's real funny. Yeah, it's just like okay. Have you seen the Adam West Batman the movie? Yeah, you have seen it. Okay, I love the end. The end where he I love how they make it the point that none of his villains are really murderers. Like, they don't really, like, they dehydrate the people and, like, make extra carefully sure not to miss a single drop. We wouldn't want their families to be sad, which I thought was very funny. But there's the bit at the end where they mess up the security councils, all of their different sands or whatever. And so they're all speaking different languages. And Batman's like, yes, we've saved the day again. Let's just slowly back out of this room, Robin. Slowly. No, don't acknowledge it. Nobody look at them. Slowly back out of the room. Yeah, it just was so funny how like modern Batman has been presented as this hyper competent, well trained, exceptionally executed, like expert, militant expert, and Adam West Batman is so like he just hops into a room and just punches people in the face.
And to be fair, the Adam West Batman it became such a parody that things like SpongeBob and other shows have made fun of him for years.
I mean, that is true. The other thing that I thought was funny was Cesar Romero Joker with his little mustache that he refused to shave. He's not really a cackly character. Like he doesn't do maniacal laugh. The Riddler is way more of a maniacal laughing character, which I thought was really, really interesting. I was like, oh, he's way more of the ha 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 ha. He's got the maniacal laugh, not really Joker. But anyway, that's Adam West Batman. Moving on.
So are we not gonna talk about Batman Beyond?
We can. You want to talk about Batman Beyond? We can absolutely.
Let's talk about Batman Beyond. Let's talk about Batman Beyond is a and it's not like people hate it. It's an underrated treasure.
It is
Batman Beyond is a concept.
An underrated treasure.
It's a concept that should not have worked, and yet Bruce Timm and his team are fucking geniuses, and they not only made it work, they made it really, really good, and it shouldn't be.
It's good, but the problem is kids weren't put off by it, which is why it didn't last as long as it should have.
No, it would have lasted longer. They pulled them all off to do Justice League.
Right.
The show was going strong. The show had good ratings.
I forgot about that.
Kids loved it. It even had a spin-off, which the spin-off didn't last very long, but
no.
I mean it got a season. But no, Batman Beyond was doing great, and then they pulled everybody off to do Justice League, which I mean to a point I get, but and I think, I'll be honest, I think Batman Beyond being 3 seasons is kind of perfect, because I think if it had gone into 4, 5, maybe 6, it probably would have started to get a little stale. But I think the secret to a success was it wasn't just rehashing all of Batman's old villains, although there are some callbacks. Yeah. Return of the Joker is an actually decent, like, made-for-TV movie.
Yeah, I was going to bring that one up.
Yeah.
Because I have to be honest, I don't have strong memories of the show itself. But I have very strong memories of that special, The Return of the Joker, Will Friedle as Batman Beyond, Terry McGinnis, and I have a lot of fond memories of that particular special.
That one's good. That special is good. The twist is good. It doesn't telegraph it really, really well, really badly. You know?
That's another kind of chilling scene is when they do the flashback and they see that Tim Drake has been Jokerized.
Yeah,
that whole bit is actually kind of like legitimate in a body horror sense. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, Mark Hamill's performance of like that's not funny. That's not
the part
funny
where
at all.
The part where Terry McGinnis Batman is taunting the Joker, like laughing and stuff, and he's like, "What's that? I thought you always wanted to make the Batman laugh." And he's like, "You're not Batman." It's so good. Like
it's a really good scene, and I love how it points out the fact that like Terry McGinnis is Batman, but he's not just a rehash.
Yeah. His approach is going to be different.
They make it a point fairly often throughout the series because Terry, and the other thing that makes it fun is Terry is learning to be Batman, but so many times people underestimate him because they're expecting Batman, and Terry's like, why would I do that?
Yeah, that's what makes him. There's that really good episode.
I'm not Bruce Wayne. I'm me, and I don't react to the same things that he did.
Real shame.
Deal with it, suckers.
We were gonna get a movie. We didn't get it. We were gonna get a movie made by the Spider-Verse people, and we didn't. And
I was gonna bring that up, and I would have
been so good. See, I was hoping. I
would have loved to see that.
You know what? Oh wait, you said Marvel. Never mind. The movie I wanted instead of The Flash, I wanted a Batman Beyond movie with Michael Keaton as Bruce Wayne.
And that would have been fun. That would have been different.
Oh yeah. And he's old man Wayne. They were gonna do it in the wheelchair, teaching Terry McGinnis.
Yeah, they were gonna.
I want that.
They were gonna.
Would you like to know who I would cast as Terry McGinnis?
Yes, we would.
Yes.
So this depends a little bit because Terry McGinnis's ethnicity is a little cloudy because he appears in the show to be of Asian descent, but if you look at his parents, neither one is Asian at all. In fact, they're extremely Irish. And then the fact that, spoiler alert, his DNA is actually just a carbon copy of Bruce Wayne's, not his father's.
Yeah.
So that's why Terry McGinnis has black hair. But for some reason, the character design makes him look Asian. But so a lot of people think that Terry McGinnis is of Asian descent. But assuming that he's not, I would have gotten. Why am I'm blanking on names today? The kid from Cobra Kai. Tanner Buchanan.
Ooh, don't know him by name.
He played. Did you watch Cobra Kai?
No.
Oh, okay. That's why you don't know.
You said Tanner.
Tanner Buchanan. He plays Robbie in Cobra Kai.
Jordan's doing the googs. Jordan will tell me.
He would. I wouldn't be if I were in charge of putting that movie together. I wouldn't be married to it because I'd obviously see. But I would, and he has legitimate martial arts skill. He's got the body for it. He's got the athletic ability, and he'd be on my short list for sure.
Interesting.
And I'm not sure what his natural hair color is, but you could dye it black, and they could make that work.
You could.
Yeah.
See, I have my pick for, and I'm going to talk about it. Who I think should be the DCU Batman.
Well, so and my other caveat though is if there was a directive to saying, for reasons the studio wants to make sure that you have a Batman of Asian descent, I'd have to just do some research. But there's more than a few people that would fit that bill. But Tanner Buchanan to me would have the name value.
Yeah,
coming off of Cobra Kai, it's
I don't know who's in terms of Asian guys who are hot right now.
I don't know.
Because when they cast Jolo Maraduena as Blue Beetle, I was like, perfect, done.
Yeah, that movie's actually quite good.
I for some reason, and I wanted to see it because I'm a massive Blue Beetle fan. Thanks to Young Justice, I became a huge Jaime Reyes Blue Beetle fan. Mm-hmm. And for some reason, I couldn't see it in the theater because I didn't have time or whatever. I ended up watching it on a cruise ship, and I was like, "Fuck! I should have watched this movie in theater."
I've done that a few times, where I'm like, "Ah, man, I should have watched this in theaters." That one was good. I was impressed by how that was the one where I'm like, you know what? This is the direction we're going in, and the direction is just be Marvel. Okay, let's be Marvel for a bit. I'm okay with that.
I mean, fair enough. So, my hot take is I actually don't like the Snyder cut of Justice League.
I don't think that's that. I don't think that's that hot a take.
It's a hot take for some, and I have my reasons. But I actually don't hate. I don't hate the Joss Whedon Justice League, the theatrical one that we got.
Jordan says it's better.
It's better. It's better than the Snyder cut for sure.
I agree.
Yeah, it's way better than the Snyder cut.
Now that being said, I'm kind of the opinion, after watching all the animated ones this week, I'm kind of the opinion I'd like to see some animated ones go to theater. I'd like to see.
But I would actually like to see them just recycle some scripts because, for example, getting off topic, but everybody's seen the Green Lantern movie.
Yes.
Which I also defend that to a point. It's not great, but it's
not Ryan Reynolds' fault.
It's also not quite as shitty as you think it is. A lot of people are jumping on the bandwagon. Mistakes were made. But if they had done that conceptually, if they had done that conceptually the same, but they took the script from the animated movie Green Lantern First Flight.
You're gonna say that.
Yeah.
We said the same thing. We've said the same thing for freaking years. We're like, it's right there. Yeah. It's right there.
It's right there.
Just make that.
Sinestro needs to be the villain in the first one.
Yeah.
Why you need to set this up?
Why is it Parallax and not even the right version of? This is Batman.
Right? It's not
We're here to talk about Batman.
There's
that being said,
that
being said, I actually liked Ryan Reynolds as Hal.
Yeah.
I absolutely. And that's kind of the thing I've said for years is I like him as Hal Jordan. I don't fault him as Hal Jordan. Hal Jordan isn't the problem. Would I maybe not have blown the budget on the CG mask that's on his face? Oh,
that I agree.
Sure,
but I don't know. Maybe an actual mask. I get why they did it. They tried something. They were
trying something.
It was a choice. That's for sure.
However, if we were okay, let's say Warner Brothers comes to me and say, Jake, we watched the Spur of the Moment podcast and we think you guys have something here. We want you to make a Green Lantern reboot movie that we're going to integrate into the reboot of the DC cinematic universe. We're going to do it right this time. That's why we're hiring fans to do this anyway. We want Green Lantern. Go. Who you getting? I'm getting Glenn Powell as Hal Jordan.
I can see why you would say that. Jordan's bad with names, so he doesn't know. I don't think he's seen anything with Glenn Powell in it. But yes, I can see why you would say that.
I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. You guys keep talking.
He's pretty. He's a pretty. He's got a pretty square jaw. I'm gonna bear.
That being said, I'm calling Mark Strong back for Sinestro.
I mean, absolutely, yeah. I'm absolutely doing that.
Yeah, I could see it. Although I'd like to give, and this is the bitch boy answer. I'd like to give Ryan Reynolds another shot.
I think he's just a touch too old now. Just a smidge.
But they want old.
I'd like to. Well, see, but if I was gonna do it, if we're okay, so this is my version. If we're doing a Green Lantern movie, Hal Jordan is already established. Like he's already in kind of been around for a while, and that's who Ryan Reynolds is playing. And we're bringing in one of the secondary, maybe Jon Stewart or
Well, Glenn Powell can't play Jon Stewart, but Michael B. Jordan could play Jon Stewart.
I always forget the B-list Green Lanterns, but one of the B-list Green Lanterns, like have it be more focused on them, and have it be kind of a Hal Jordan is teaching them how to be Green Lanterns.
I mean, that's pretty much what the new show's going to be. Kyle Chandler's playing Hal Jordan. I don't know who's playing.
And then that way you can bring in
Kyle Chandler. Really?
That way you can
wait, what's that way you can sorry to cut you off, Jordan. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that way you can bring in a Sinestro who already has the yellow lantern ring, and you don't have to spend the necessarily the time or the real estate to get him to that point. You can bring in some of the other Lantern Corps as well. Have the Red Lantern Corps show up and have it be more about like the different colors, and jump into the more wide aspect of the Green Lantern universe.
Because I love the War of Light storylines. My whole thing is, if we're rebooting a franchise, this is just me. So and this is assuming that Warner Brothers would ever do anything so stupid as to give me a film franchise to work on. But even though I think I'd do a pretty decent job because I'm a massive Green Lantern fan, and
we would do Parallax, but the proper version of Parallax.
Well, no, but so here's the thing: is the only reason I say Glenn Powell is after Deadpool, I think Ryan Reynolds' Hal Jordan is just Deadpool light. So I don't think that would work.
That's fair.
So
that's fair.
Glenn Powell, who we saw in Top Gun Maverick, I mean, he can play fighter pilot. He can play cocky fighter pilot with a heart of gold all day long. But Hal Jordan would. I get why he portrayed. I'm not shitting on Hangman, his performance as Hangman, because I get it. For that character, it worked. Hal Jordan's got to be a little bit deeper. But Hal Jordan puts up that exterior, but deep down, Hal Jordan really cares and has an inferiority complex. So Glenn Powell can deliver that. My whole thing, though, is if you're rebooting the franchise, you need to establish everything first. So unfortunately, yes, you need a quasi-origin story. The second movie, however, because he already kicks the shit out of Sinestro, in the second movie, and I'm going to play a little bit because sometimes things don't play out well on screen that play out great in comic books. My whole thing is after Sinestro goes away with his tail between his legs, the second movie pops up with Sinestro coming back and being like, I need your help. And that's when they introduce the Red Lantern Corps.
Ooh, that'd be fun. That'd be
interesting. I don't disagree on it being just a straight reboot and doing the origin story again, but I think it depends on how you start your cinematic universe, for lack of a better term.
That's fair.
Like depending on how they set things up in Superman, kind of will it'll dictate what needs to come.
It's a well established universe. Superheroes are already well known. They've been around for a while. And for Green Lantern specifically, they're doing me and Jordan have talked about this before, and Jordan's like, boo, no thank you. But maybe this will interest you. It's like a true detective style story where it's
they are space cops.
Yeah, it's apparently Earthbound, and it's a detective story, and it's Kyle Chandler is an older Hal Jordan, and Jon Stewart is like the young up and comer.
Yeah, it's probably gonna suck.
I don't know. I don't know.
Which is kind
I
of.
don't want it to. But the words Green Lantern and True Detective and Earthbound.
Just don't. No, I'm the same way. Yeah.
But what are they going to do? Are they going to be wearing suits, but like they wear green ties and shit? So it's like, oh, we know they're Green Lanterns.
Yeah, you won't see the costumes.
Like to me, if you're going to do that,
shit.
do that in space on an alien planet where you can have all the aliens and they can be wearing the Green Lantern outfit. And you can like lean into that side of things more. Why would you make it Earthbound? Why would you make a superhero whose entire identity is space cop who doesn't just spend all of his time on Earth and then make the entire movie about how he's a beat cop on Earth? Like to me, that's just
budget.
No
budget. That's why.
Well, but
yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
Green Lantern needs a budget. If you don't have a budget,
disagree.
Do Green Arrow.
Yeah. I mean, they did do Green Arrow.
They already did that
for 7 seasons.
They did it well for the most part. Season 1 is amazing in that show. The finale of season 1 of Arrow is top notch. One of my favorite TV episodes ever made.
I see. For me, that show doesn't get good until they introduce the Flash. That's when that show becomes good to me.
Oh no, the first season's priceless. I just like they wasted Roy after season 1.
Really
Roy
did.
does not get utilized. Yeah.
My thing with that first season is it's just kind of Batman Begins.
Oh, I know. That's why it works.
You have failed this city.
But if I'm being quite frank, I really just want that animated Green Lantern movie, but in live action.
Just do
That's
that.
really just what I want.
Just do that.
Just do that. I've said that for years. Just do that. It's
do that.
You know, is it a pretty?
Just give it to J.J. Abrams.
No, because it'll fuck it up like he did Star Wars.
That wasn't totally his fault.
I mean, a lot of it was his fault. Certainly the last one was his fault.
No, the last one was just trying to fix everything that Rian Johnson fucked up.
Oh, I hate that last one so much. That's the one
don't get me wrong.
That's the one I hate. For some reason, in Fortnite, the Emperor returned.
Can I vent for a moment though? The worst part of the Rise of Skywalker, which is not what you think. Okay, the worst part is somehow the Emperor's return, but the second worst part, and it's truly insulting to Star Wars as a franchise, is the fact that at the end of the movie, their desperation, like Hail Mary shot, is to just radio out to every ship in the galaxy, and everybody and their brother shows up, and I'm just like, why didn't you stupid motherfuckers do this before? If that was gonna work,
right? Oh shit,
why didn't you do that 40 years ago, you morons? It's just so cheap and
lazy. I think the word you're looking for is.
Oh, geez, we could have just put out the call, and the fact that okay, Leia is the leader of the Resistance, except the Resistance to what? You work for the government.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, that world's weird and undefined in those sequel trilogies. I'm like, apparently the books flesh it out way more, but I refuse to do homework. That's my.
Fair enough.
I will not do homework.
Same way. I don't want to do homework for my movies.
No. Jordan.
Yeah.
I think Jordan. Wait. Who went last? Did I go last or Jordan? You next?
I think that was you.
That means you next. What's your next one?
My next one is Batman versus Robin.
I've never seen that one.
This one was basically the Court of Owls show up. The one owl dude. I have to be honest. I half watched a lot of these while I was doing other things, so I might mess up a few details on this one. But there's the Court of Owls who are trying to recruit different rich people and stuff like that because they show up and try to recruit Bruce Wayne at one point.
Yes, they're big modern bad guys in Batman.
The one owl dude ends up getting Robin to go and like side with him because they're willing to like kill the bad guys instead of Batman, who's like, no, we can't kill. Classic Damian Wayne problem. I hate Damian Wayne as an aside. I hate that character so much in every iteration that he's in. He's the worst Robin. But anyways, this one's fine. In terms of on my scale of upper level or lower level Batman ones that I watched, this one's probably closer to the bottom because it's kind of forgettable.
I think I've seen this one.
I would agree. It's the thing is, like, the animation's good, the combat scenes are really good, but the story's kind of
Yeah, I would.
This is like the bad. This is the Bad Blood timeline, right? That's the animated one.
Yeah, it's
I
that. I
think
don't.
so.
I think it is. It's the same art style.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't know
pretty
if
sure.
it's in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I think it is. I think it is in that.
Because this is
timeline.
technically the sequel to Son of Batman, right? I believe.
It's in that timeline. Yes.
Right. I'm pretty sure I've seen this one.
Now the thing is, it's confusing because that's the same art style as in shows like Young Justice, but those are expressly said to not be the same universe.
Yes.
So
yeah, those are ones where it's like it seems like it's like a mid career Batman. Like some of the iconic Batman stuff has happened, but not all of it. Because I believe that universe, that timeline also did Hush, I believe, but it's the Riddler Hush, not the. Yeah, the Court of Owls is an iconic. They're a modern classic in terms of Batman villains. Like there's a lot of people who think that they should do that for the Batman 2. Is they should do the Court of Owls.
So I've got one real quick, if I may.
You may.
So I'm sure you guys have seen this, but a little hidden gem. It's another example of one that absolutely should not work, but not only works, it's actually really, really good. Batman versus the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, go get excited. You know what, Jordan? Wait, hold on. Jordan, do you have anything more to say about Batman?
No, that's
perfect.
Really all,
you know what? We'll fucking skip ahead because I absolutely watched that this week. That movie's amazing.
It's so good.
I love that. I love that one.
Good because here's my thing with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
One.
I never appreciated them as teenagers. Like to me, they were more like teenage mutant guys in their 20s. Like that's kind of what they were like. But this movie, they are teenagers.
They're very much teenagers.
I love there's a really funny moment early on where Shredder shows up and beats up Batman, and then Batman just has his look on his face. I'm like, what the fuck?
Like this beats the shit out of him.
This shouldn't be happening right now. What is happening right now? Yeah, it's really
and Batman gets mad and he's like, oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to open up a can of whoop ass on you,
right? And yeah, I
proceeds to do so.
I love how you see
just love how he just casually knees him in the face, and then that's not good enough, so he just smashes his head against the rail,
right,
just to piss him off.
I love how Batman when he gets beaten, you see the difference in skill level because he shows up and fights the Turtles, and he easily beats the Turtles because they're just not as skilled in terms of fighting as Shredder is, and I like that difference. Also, like how Batman has this arc of having to learn not to be such a fuddy-duddy and like have a bite of pizza. Like my favorite moment at the end of the movie is where he takes a bite of pizza, he folds the pizza in half and takes a bite. I like that's great.
Yeah.
No, it's really good. And my only real which it's not even really a complaint, more of an observation. They do kind of meander off. In the whole like mutation at Arkham bit, but it's still fun.
It's a fun sequence though, and it is kind of upsetting when they all transform. It is kind of an upsetting moment, like body horror kind of moment, where it's like this is kind of grotesque.
And that's what they're going for. But yeah, this is a movie that should not work. And I remember so much. The exact same thing happened with Godzilla -1 when I first saw the trailer. I saw it on Facebook of all places, and my first reaction was, I mean, because I'm a massive TMNT fan, so I was like. I really want to see this. I don't know how they're going to make it work, but if anybody can do it, it's these people. And then I got it because I no questions asked. I bought it because I knew I had to see this, and I was legitimately shocked with how good of a story they managed to put together.
Yeah,
it's funny because when I first heard about it, my first reaction was kind of like, really? Batman and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And then I sat with it for a couple minutes and I was like, well, I mean, he is the guy that teamed up with Scooby-Doo and the gang. So it's really not that weird. And then I watched it and I was like, this is awesome. I love this.
There's apparently like so good. 2 more comics.
Like it's so good.
Because this is obviously based off of a comic run. There's like 2 more of them.
Yeah, I was unaware of the crossover comic, which I found out later, and I'm like, oh, that tracks.
This is an adaptation of the first one, I believe. And I think there's at least.
It's also.
I know there's one more at least.
It's also just funny to me when you think about like, okay, so the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles have crossed over with Power Rangers, and they've crossed over with Batman. Now I just want there to be that crossover between Batman and Power Rangers, and have Batman in a Power Rangers.
Jordan,
tell me that's happened.
Jordan, it's happened. Well, I'm pretty sure it's happened. I'm pretty sure there's a Boom Comics where they've teamed up. The Justice League and Power Rangers have teamed up.
I think in comic book form it has, but
yeah.
unfortunately, at least for the foreseeable future, that is not a team up you will see.
No. But Superman beat Godzilla.
But I was gonna say, but funnily enough, there was a time when you could have theoretically seen that team up. I'm not sure how they would have had to do it animated on the Power Rangers part, but
yeah, I think so.
Actually, that would have been relatively easy to do because this is wild licensing, kids. Batman the Animated Series for a time, at least in the States, was being broadcast on Fox Kids.
It was, yeah, for a little while,
yeah, which it would eventually move over to Kids WB, but for a time, it was being broadcast on Fox Kids, and that would have been around the same time as Power Rangers, the first season airing. So they they could have done animated inclusion of the Power Rangers with all the voice actors. It's something that could have been done.
I mean,
I'm kind of upset. I'm going to be real with you. I'm kind of upset that we haven't gotten in the style of like a Justice League Doom or these animated DC movies. Why have we not gotten a Power Rangers Shattered Grid movie or series? I
don't
prefer
know.
I would watch that.
I would
watch
that
the hell out of that.
Bad.
I think it's because I think it's because Jason David Frank he hated Lord Draken pretty thoroughly. So I think that's probably why.
Well, they must have paid him really well to do that commercial for the comics then.
It was something like he came up with the idea and he had all these ideas for like how they could use the character, like how it could basically be like Thanos but for Power Rangers and all these great ideas. And they essentially took the character, licensed it a bunch, and didn't pay him for a dime of it.
Well, I can see that, but
so he was pretty pissed about it.
I don't mean this to be dismissive, but Jason David Frank is no longer with us. So
this was before he passed away. There's a video. Obviously. Yeah, there's a video of him talking about how much he hates that character for X, Y, and Z reasons.
Yeah, and
it's a shame
because
it's a good character.
That, but and I mean this in the most sensitive way possible, but he has passed, and corporations be greedy. I'm surprised they haven't immediately disrespected his wishes and done it anyway.
You can do it animated, not make it look like Jason David Frank, and give him a different sounding voice.
Well, they already did the comics, so just copy that art style, copy the character designs, and just do it. Like,
there's a game that's a similar art style to the comics that looks
Shattered Grid.
Yeah.
God, I want it so bad because the funny thing was, like, I had zero interest in Power Rangers after I had exceeded the age of like 7. I just didn't care anymore. And that's not a dig. I fell out once they went to Zeo. I didn't care anymore because it wasn't Tommy, and fuck you if you're not Tommy, because Tommy was the coolest.
He was the coolest.
He was the coolest.
So after that, I just lost interest, and then like Nick Shawin from the Goosebumps Crew podcast was and is and it will be till the day he dies a Power Rangers fan, and I don't remember how I found out. He mentioned it. Was it him, or it might have been him or Benji before Benji died? I think it was Benji. Now that I think about it, he brought up Lord Draken when we were talking about just shit in general, and I was like, "Wait, what the hell are you talking about?" And then he explained it to me. I'm like, "That is the coolest thing I've ever heard." So then I get on the old internet, and I'm like, "This, give me this."
Yeah.
Don't give me that lame ass special that you did, which I mean it wasn't god awful, but it could have been done better.
Which the Forever Always a Ranger special, you mean? That special I thought was laughably terrible. I called it
It could have been so much better.
I called it the David Yost Vanity Project because it was like clearly written
it really was. Yeah.
It was like, hey, you want to come back? We're going to make Billy responsible for everything. Sorry.
The thing is though, conceptually, it's a good idea. I like the idea of, because obviously you can't get
Trini. Toy Train, yeah.
Yeah, you can't get Toy Train praying back for obvious reasons, but I like the idea of having her daughter. I like the idea of acknowledging Trini being, dead in the series.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, goddamn, this was like a factory of hams. I mean, it was.
Well, it's the same thing. It's the same problem I have. The big thing I said is people remember Power Rangers differently than it actually was. So like
they sure do.
Like the thing about that special is that special thinks that Power Rangers is silly. And don't get me wrong, Power Rangers is silly, right? In its execution, it is absolutely silly. But in its intent, it is not. That's the point. They're not trying to be silly. They just are silly. And that's what makes it work. They take every line seriously. They take every bit of drama seriously. They take every bit seriously. So when the Green Ranger shows up, it's an intense moment, right? But that special thinks Power Rangers is silly, and you've got a bunch of people who clearly don't remember characters that they played like 20 years ago. Like that's like
which fair enough. I mean, it is a long time ago
with laughably bad CGI.
But no, yeah, I definitely would love to see an animated version of Shattered. I mean, just generally, I think Power Rangers lends itself well to animation. Like the fact that they've never tried to go that route is kind of surprising.
Well, now that they're no longer they're not using Sentai footage anymore, that'll probably happen.
Well, no animation studio in Japan's tried to go for it.
Well, because Sentai in Japan is such a household name. That's why.
Prolific. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, you'd have figured somebody.
But also, like, there's an anime where they brought in a big part of it involved one of the Kamen Rider characters. He shows up in it, and he's a major character. So I think now there's also an anime that's come out recently where it's Power Rangers, but what if the Power Rangers were evil? And it basically,
I'm down for it.
The plot is basically like they're pretending that they're good guys, like stopping monsters and whatnot, and it turns out they're actually evil. And so,
well, I mean, to be fair, those anime already exist. I mean, Saint Seiya and Ronin Warriors are essentially the Power Rangers, but with a little bit more.
True.
How do we say samurai flair?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's still. I mean, it's about transformation and all that.
Which honestly, Ronin Warriors is an underappreciated gem. Even the English dub, which I mean, nowadays sounds horrendous, but at the time, especially, I mean, it was a solid little show. It was different. It was way different than anything else I was watching. Like, there's a whole season where everybody's separated, and as a kid in America in the like late 90s, that was fucking weird.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Digimon was like that. Digimon was like, they spent random periods of time just away from each other, and you're like, oh, great. It's a section of the show where they're not together. It's a slog. I was never a fan of those big sections where it's like, where's Goku? Where's Goku? That was always my thing with Dragon Ball Z anyway. We were like, you want the main guys to be together.
We just gotta hold out till Goku shows up.
Just wait till Goku shows up.
Which is really funny because that's kind of that's a bit of a cliche, but it actually doesn't happen that much.
No, it happens way less than you're sort of expecting, and it doesn't feel as like jarring as you kind of remember it feeling. At least I didn't find it to be.
The thing is, though, if your first exposure was Z, it's literally half the series is waiting for Goku. But if you incorporate Dragon Ball, Z, GT, and now Dragon Ball Super, the waiting for Goku is a minority of the series.
Oh yeah, especially Dragon Ball, the original Dragon Ball. Yeah, there's not a great deal of waiting around for Goku.
Yeah, which is why I think it's less jarring for people that have seen all of it, because you're like, actually, I mean, that really only happens like 3 or 4 times.
The thing that really kind of brought it into realization for me, and I think for Jordan as well, when we played that Kakarot game, which is called Kakarot, and you play it, and you realize just how little Goku is in Dragon Ball Z because of how little you play as Kakarot in a game called Kakarot. Like, you spend a great deal of that game playing as Gohan. Like, a great deal of it playing as Gohan.
And that makes sense because originally the intent was for Gohan to become the central character. So
yeah,
absolutely. It's just when the game is called Kakarot, it kind of is a.
Well, then you realize, after you age Gohan up that people don't give a fuck.
No, people don't like People didn't like Gohan, so you bring back Goku, and then that makes nobody happy. That's the Buu Saga in a nutshell.
I just would have preferred, honestly. I would have kind of preferred that Gohan had taken Buu out, maybe with the help of Goku and Vegeta. But
yeah,
I mean, I got to be honest. I kind of like Akira Toriyama's original intention, which is what Abridged did, and ending it with Cell.
Fair, yeah,
that's fair.
I kind of I respect that.
Although the Boo bits are quite funny.
They are quite good. I know.
Yeah, they are. I can't deny that.
No.
Jordan.
I am an
adult. I mean, I love their take on him blowing up Majin Buu. Where he's like, goodbye,
Vegeta, you mean?
Buddy. Oh, it's so good.
Goodbye, best buddy.
Oh, that's so good. It's good shit. Giving the people what they want. Jordan.
But
what's your next one?
My next rapid fire is Batman and Superman: Public Enemies.
That's also a good one.
Which is fantastic.
I don't love the art style
different.
though.
That's me. I don't love the art style, but the concept it's different, but it's cool because it's essentially a fugitive movie.
It is, yeah. I mean, the notion of
and of course
Lex Luthor being president.
It has to be. Yeah, it has to be Superman being injured because Superman would just carry Batman. So it works conceptually. It works.
It's also.
I just love the Lex becomes president of the United States, and Superman is immediately like, yeah, no, that's suspicious. That's like, no, that I'm not falling for that bullshit. And the world is like, come on, Superman, he's the president. You can't just go around punching him anymore. And Superman's like, hold my beer.
I'm gonna punch the president. I'm gonna punch him right in his face.
Hold my non-alcoholic beer. I'm gonna take care of some shit.
Is this the one?
Go punch the president, and then by the end of it, Lex Luthor has gone full crazy like always, and Superman does a big punch, and he's like, I think you're gonna be impeached, Lex.
That's the one where he's juicing himself with kryptonite steroids, right?
Yeah, kryptonite steroids. Yeah,
that one's good.
And there's the big like hunk of Krypton which is flying towards the planet, and they've got the I don't remember the character's name. The
toy maker.
Toy maker, thank you. Little Japanese toy maker. Who makes the half Batman, half Superman rocket to go up and punch it or whatever. And Power Girl, she's like, yeah, I'm gonna wait out here. And they're like, he's just a kid, and she's like, he's not as much of a kid as you might think. And then the toy maker's like, tell her sorry about my X-ray glasses. And I'm just like, ha.
It's funny because in the comic that this is based off, they toned him down way more. He's way more of a gross pervert. He makes a comment about how everyone loves the boob window. Everyone's loving a good boob window. It's hard to argue with.
He's not wrong. You know,
he's not wrong.
The window is open.
The window. Everyone does love a good. My favorite part about Power Girl's boob window, how it's in the exact shape of the Superman crest. Like you could cover it up if you really wanted to.
Just cut that out.
Like with, I don't know, a Superman crest.
Like a Superman. Well, I think that was a character arc she had in the comics where she was trying to earn the Superman crest because she went through a period of time.
Just leave a giant hole there instead.
I metaphorically, I guess, because there was a point where they eventually did fill the boob window with the
Superman crest.
With the Superman crest, yeah.
It's like just give it to me, Superman. Just give it to me. What? The S. Give me the
But overall, I like this one's fun. It's pretty short, pretty sweet. Gets to the point pretty quickly. So I think it was only like an hour 10, something like that. A lot of these are, that's one thing that I kind of discovered I liked about these movies is a lot of them are fairly short, and I appreciated that. It didn't overstay its welcome, and it was fun.
All right.
That's all I really have to say.
Did either of you guys watch Batman and Harley Quinn?
I did.
So goes back to. Oh, sorry. You go ahead. I didn't mean to.
I was gonna say that's my last one. So
we'll circle back.
We'll circle back to it.
I've got
Justin. Do you have one more?
So Jordan, that you have one more rapid fire?
I have one more rapid fire.
Okay, then I'm gonna just real briefly. I'm gonna talk about the Penguin because I promised the audience we talk about the Penguin. But just real quickly, I want to dip into in regards to the 1960s Batman. They made a couple of movies called Batman: Return of the Caped Crusaders. Where
I think I've seen that one.
Wait, when Jay comes back, we'll see if he's seen them. But for those of you who haven't seen Batman: Return of the Caped Crusaders, it's an animated movie where they bring back some to most of the 60s animated 60s Batman cast. And
it's in the Adam West style, right?
Yeah, it's in the Adam West style. It very much takes place in his universe. Yeah. Have you seen Batman: Return of the Caped Crusaders, Jake?
No.
No, it's an animated movie. It takes place in the Adam West Batman animated universe, and they got Adam West back. They got Burt Ward back. They got they have an imitator doing Cesar Romero, and they got the original Riddler, and I don't think they got Burgess Meredith. And it's basically a 1960s. The plot of it is basically all the bad guys. Batman essentially gets mind whammied by Catwoman, and it turns him into a villain. And so he decides they have a replicator ray, and he decides that the only way to like make Gotham safe is to turn everyone into Batman and take over. So there's just a series of scenes where Adam West Batman is just evil and taking over Gotham. And it turns out that if Batman went evil, he'd be remarkably effective. And there's a really funny.
That's awesome.
It's honestly pretty funny. It's one of those things where it's another case of they're trying to match this style and they're intentionally trying to do what the 60s animated series did unintentionally, if that makes any sense. And so in that regard, it kind of comes across a little hokey and corny at times, but Adam West is phenomenal in everything. He's basically Mayor West as Batman. Like, there's a really funny bit early on when he's first starting to become mind whammied, where you're like, what if Christian Bale Batman was Adam West Batman? They're like 10 minutes of that movie is just that. It's him like interrogating criminals and like breaking arms and like being like modern day Batman, but it's 60s Batman. Like,
so but it's just Guru from DBZ. Where is he?
Little bit, yeah. There's a really funny bit early on because it's trying to be like, oh, it's the 60s Batman, where they're chasing after bad guys and the bad guy crosses the street and Batman and Robin are like, no, we have to go to the crosswalk. As duly deputized citizens of the law, we have to use the crosswalk. So they run and use the crosswalk. It's a very fun movie. But since we have thoroughly expressed our dislike and our distaste for the Batman, Jake, I can't imagine you've seen Penguin, have you?
No, and I'm not going to.
It's not very good, Jake. It's not very good.
Who'd have thought?
Okay, I don't think it's very good.
Who'd have thought that making an entire miniseries based on a side character from a movie that was frankly mediocre at best?
Yeah,
who'd have thought that show wouldn't turn out to be very good?
I mean, okay. It's here's the thing. It might be a hot take of me to say it's not very good. It is a well-received show and a lot of people like it. And like in terms of as far as mob shows go, it's all right. Like, I quite like Colin Farrell's Penguin. I think he's entertaining. I think he's charismatic. Anytime he's on screen, I said this in a video on TikTok, but I said anytime he's on screen, he made me forget how much I hate this show. Because it was like a big part of the plot of this show is it takes place after the movie, which for those of you who don't remember the end of that movie, big flood, Gotham is in disarray. And as a result of what's happened in that movie, there's now this major gang war. But Batman's just not around, despite the fact that even though he was tracking and following this crime family, the Maroni and the Falcone crime families, he's now just sitting out this major gun war amongst them. Like the show, they never mentioned Batman once. They never addressed Batman once. He never comes up. And Batman, even at this point in his career, is well known enough that he would be around. Like, you would at least reference him.
Yeah, or I was going to say, or at the very least, they would be like, oh shit, like we got to make sure we don't get caught so the Bat doesn't show up and beat the shit out of us.
Exactly.
Like, there would be some reference to him. Exactly. And so for me, like, I didn't obviously watch it and I have no intent on watching it. But for me, at that point, why attach it to Batman at all?
Right.
Like, why not just make it a crime show?
It also
a different, like, yeah, I don't get it.
It also, okay, it looks and has the same aesthetic and like set design and all that of the Batman. And it's been a while since I've seen it, but that was a PG rated movie, right? Or in your case, PG-13 rated movie? Like, there wasn't like cursing or anything in it, was there?
Not that I remember.
No? Jake, do you remember?
No.
No? Because this is a very coarse show. It's R-rated. So it's bloody, it's
totally inconsistent.
Yeah, it's got like the Penguins dropping F-bombs every like second or third word. And so it's just like, so this, and it's being praised for its grit. So it's like, okay, it gets to be this gritty thing now. So what, Batman 2 is going to come out and it's just going to be PG rated? Like, you're self-neutering your own universe, which you've like given freedom to be this R-rated violent thing. So you're going to go back to not being violent? Or is the Batman 2 now going to be R-rated? It makes this universe, in my opinion, incoherent. And it makes the show agitating to watch. Because you're like, Where's Batman, and why does he get to blow some guy's head off? Like, Batman didn't get to do that. But yeah, bad show. Not a good show. Didn't enjoy it very much. If my thing is, if you don't like the Batman, you're not gonna like it. That's my main thing.
I mean, I feel like it doesn't even matter if you like the Batman because he has no part in this show.
I mean, for all I know, maybe he shows up. It doesn't sound like it. From what I read, he absolutely does not show up in this show. But like, at least the Riddler, like they mentioned the Riddler in passing. Like, yeah, they're not gonna get Paul Dano to show up, but like at the very least they like mention him. Like that's my thing. It's like I'm not saying Batman needs to show up. Like I get it. You can't get Robert Pattinson. He's expensive. He's doing Megalopolis. Pretty sure he did Megalopolis. Like he's doing other things. I get it. Whatever. But like you can at least be like Batman fucked up our ring of drugs or whatever. Like
or conversely, you could have it where like yeah, you don't see Batman, but the police are calling for Batman with the spotlight in the sky, and you see his symbol.
Right.
That can't cost a lot of money.
Like it just makes
that's at least a reference to Batman that shows that like people are trying to get his attention. He hasn't just abandoned his city.
It just makes Batman look incompetent. It makes the Robert Pattinson Batman look incompetent. Because I'm like, what? He's not stopping this gang war in his city? Like, no, yeah, it just makes him look bad. It makes him look bad, in my opinion. And then Matt Reeves is out there defending it, being like, oh, Batman's just traumatized by the damage that has been done upon his city, and that's why he's been sitting this out. It's like, so Batman, Robert Pattinson Batman's just a pussy then. So, you know, it's just
womp womp
womp. This universe sucks. That's it. That's the Penguin.
Oh, he's not traumatized. He's just sitting in his room writing poetry about
it. He's crying. How could this happen to me?
It's like there was something in the way.
Oh, I have to. I think I've done this. I've phrased this before, but I have to shout out your guys' review of the Batman because just that the opening bit where you both look sad and Eric just slowly pulls out a guitar. I died. I laughed so hard. It was so funny. I was like, that's funny. Just despondent. Like there's something in the.
We still argue about that movie.
So he thinks it's good. You think it's bad?
He thinks it's good.
He thinks
I think it's terrible.
I'm of a middle ground. It's number one, too long. It's way too long. That's also a problem this show has. It has horrid pacing. It's like I was 30 minutes into the first episode and I went, holy shit, I'm only halfway through the first episode. What the fuck? It was the same thing in the Batman. The pacing is horrid pacing.
I've only watched the Batman once, and I seem to remember thinking it was very boring.
Very slow, very boring, very dull. It's got some decent action sequences. Like I will say I think it's the most fluid Batman has ever looked. Like I maintain, with the exception of the Ben Affleck Batman, no Batman has looked good in live action. In a fight sequence anyway. Not a single one.
That's fair as long as you have the caveat of except for Batfleck.
Batfleck looked good. He did look good in live action. Like he's the one. He looked fluid. He looked good. That one. We're gonna get there. It's coming next. But he did look good. But yeah, that's it. That's the Penguin for me. Jordan, what's your final rapid fire?
My final rapid fire is Batman and Harley Quinn.
Circling back to Batman and Harley Quinn.
I like. I had a lot of fun with this one. Every time it makes me chuckle after Nightwing and Harley Quinn have their romp, and Batman comes in and he looks the place over, and Nightwing mutters to himself like, "You've never slept with a supervillain." Makes me laugh every time. Like, I find that joke genuinely funny because he does kind of have a track record, doesn't he?
That he does.
My thing with that one, the reason why I didn't care for it, because I don't know, I just find sex jokes in Batman the Animated Series off-putting for whatever reason, and it looks like Batman the Animated Series, so I don't know, there's just something about it that I'm like, oh, I don't know, it puts me off for some reason, so I've never actually watched it.
I mean, watch the Killing Joke then.
No, I don't like that one either.
Yeah, there's that too. But I mean, in Batman the Animated Series, and I didn't get to these episodes, so I'm going off of memory. But isn't there a joke where Harley Quinn is in a cream pie, and there's like a, I don't want to say the joke, but you know the joke.
It's in there.
And it's in there. So it's like that there is precedent in Batman the animated series for those kind of things, which is why it doesn't throw me off.
There's also the infamous where she's trying to get the Joker to fuck her, and he's too busy. He's too busy hatching a plan, and she gets up in a negligee and literally goes, "Want to ride your Harley?"
Okay, that was from that. Like, I was trying to remember if that was from that.
I'm like, wow, this is a children's show.
Right?
Children are watching this. They don't know what they're watching.
So, yeah, so that's why it doesn't throw me off when they make jokes like that in this one.
I figure the fart jokes are the most off-putting. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're funny. I mean, off-putting in the sense that, like, it's jarring to a fan of Batman the Animated Series, because I can't remember a single fart joke in that whole show.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, is that the one where they're in the car?
It's hilarious. Yeah, they're in the car, and she's like, pull over, and he doesn't, and she farts, and Nightwing's like, oh God, Batman's like, it's not that bad. It smells like justice. And I'm just like, oh my God, that's ridiculous.
Oh, it smells like discipline. That's what he says.
That's what it was. Discipline.
It's funny. It's a fun little movie, and plus Harley Quinn gets some like legitimate agency for
being Harley.
It's kind of cool, where she actively tells Joker to fuck off on her own accord.
And I just kind of appreciate in this one where it's like, yeah, it's after her Joker period, and she's like, nobody will take me seriously. They think I'm a clown. You think I'm a criminal. They think I'm a whore. And it's like, you know what? Fair enough. You would have a hard time getting taken seriously after. Well,
that's why you shack up with supervillains. I mean, it's
exactly
kind of a thing that will stay with you. It's not a neck tattoo. It can't be removed that easily.
But yeah, that's kind of all I have to say about that one. It's a good one. I enjoy it. It's fun.
I enjoy Melissa Rauch's Harley Quinn.
I didn't love her Harley Quinn, but to be fair, I'm so primed to Arlene Sorkin and Tara Strong that it like
I do prefer Tara Strong's.
I prefer Tara Strong's as well, but if I can't get Tara Strong, I'm okay with the one that I got for this. I think she does
it's better than Kaylee Cuoco's.
What? I like Kaylee Cuoco. I like that show.
I like Kaylee Cuoco's for what it is.
I will say Tara Strong or Melissa Rauch would be a little bit much for that show.
Yeah.
Yeah, like to me, in that version of Harley Quinn, to me that's a parody of DC. So like it works in a parody sense. Because obviously Bane in that show is very much a parody. I love the version of Bane.
I love Bane in that show. Funny.
Batman is a parody of himself. Like all of the superheroes are like the point where they get near with
chair. Yeah. What else has? I can't help but notice everyone has normal chairs, but me.
Why do I get the tiny chair? Come on.
I do like that. I'll tell you what, my favorite version of King Shark is actually in The Suicide Squad with
that was also good. Yeah, the Sylvester Stallone.
Me read book good.
I mean,
dumb friends.
I kind of enjoy the version that's in Harley Quinn, where it's like, if I don't play my video games, then I start thinking, and when I start thinking, I get upset, and I'm like, relatable, very relatable.
That's funny.
But no, yeah, dude, I like this movie. Is the point? It's mid level on my list of bad versus good movies.
It's popcorn fun.
It's popcorn.
Yeah,
is what it is, and they know what it is, and they hit a home run with what it is.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So I don't know how we got turned around here, but I'm on to half scenes. So I guess I'm starting half scenes.
I'm on to half scenes as well. That was my last because you had two.
Oh yeah, because I just quickly did. Yeah. You know what? Let's start with Batman Forever, because but my thing with Batman Forever is, and to be fair, I come from these movies from two kind of perspectives: the me as an adult and me as a kid. Me as a kid is my favorite Batman movie because it's got Jim Carrey in it, and Jim Carrey, I love Jim Carrey as a kid. And it's really funny because I always used to be like, oh, he'd be better suited to the Joker. But now having watched Adam West Batman, no, he's doing a real good approximation of 60s Riddler. Like, of that, like, cackling, like, doing an evil laugh, sort of Riddler. But I mentioned the story of him on Norm Macdonald. He was on Norm Macdonald, and he told this story about how, Tommy Lee Jones, he ran into Tommy Lee Jones when they were about to shoot like their big scene together, and he like had this pained look on his face, and he like brought him in close. He's like, I really don't like you. And then he said, I cannot sanction your buffoonery. But like, having now watched this movie, what the fuck is he even talking about? He is buffooning all over this fucking movie. Like, what is he sanctioning? He's more buffoonish than Jim Carrey is, if anything, doing a more like a more, what's the word I'm looking for? Understated performance. It's not understated, but compared to Tommy Lee Jones, it's understated.
I'm gonna go with it might have been a joke.
Maybe the way he tells this story, he tells as if it actually happened. So like I'm just like so that probably caused me to go look this up, and I'm like, Tommy Lee Jones has never addressed it, so it just kind of makes it seem like maybe he made it up. Maybe it didn't actually
Pretty sure
happen.
Tommy Lee Jones is trying to forget that he was in Batman Forever.
I mean, I will say there was stuff I didn't realize you actually get to see Two-Face's origin in that movie. Like I completely forgot. Like, you actually see like there's a flashback scene where you see Tommy Lee Jones as regular Tommy Lee Jones getting splashed in the face with acid. Although they call him Harvey Two-Face the whole movie, it drove me crazy. I'm like, his name is Two-Face.
The origin. There's different versions of the origin story, but Harvey Dent is known as Two-Face before the.
Is he? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay.
Because he's a politician. So
yeah, to be fair, in The Dark Knight, he down in Gordon's office, they refer to him as Two-Face before he becomes Two-Face. So.
Right. I forgot about that. Yeah, because I knew that the part of his backstory was him getting splashed in the face with acid in court. Like that's a big part of it. But I didn't realize that you actually see Batman like try to stop it. They have a whole scene that you see. Like, man, I do not remember this. You don't like Robin. Don't like Robin in those movies. He's annoying. His arc is dumb. The fact that Batman
Forever. It's been forever since I've watched it. Is Batman Forever the one where they have bat nipples?
No, that's Batman and Robin. This is the one before Bat Nipples. This is
okay.
It's still trying to pretend it's a Tim Burton movie because it takes place in the Tim Burton universe. So technically speaking, Val Kilmer Batman is technically Michael Keaton Batman still, because they make reference.
They say that, but
because they make reference to events of the previous movies. Like he talks about how when she's into Batman, she said, "Oh, if I put on a whip and leather, you'd be more interested in me." Referencing that, there's a couple of references to.
Now, maybe she's just kinky.
Maybe it's certainly possible. She is a psychiatrist. That's her whole thing. She wants to
So she's definitely kinky.
She wants to psychoanalyze Batman. That's the whole thing.
She's that's what we call casting a line. Is you throw it out there, it's a gauge joke, where it's like he just says that and he goes, ha ha ha, yeah, no, and then she's like, oh, okay, he's not. But if he said maybe, she goes, okay, okay,
all right,
okay. I know what you're about, Bruce.
It's also funny the Riddler's evil plan. I love watching movies from the 90s which posit this thing that seems incredible but actually happened in real life. So the box and everyone being hooked up to this box, that's just the internet. That's just social media. It's just social media.
That's just a local area network, man.
Right? Like it's just like, yeah, man, we're all sucked into that. Yeah, absolutely. Also, I don't know. I love the Riddler's costume design. Two-Face looks terrible. Like the pink. What is the pink? I don't understand where that's coming from. I guess that's supposed to be like his skin turned pink when it got splashed with acid.
It was the toys. It was for the toys.
But yeah, as a kid, Batman Forever was my favorite. Now, as an adult, I think of those original four, it's probably Batman the movie. That's probably my favorite Batman movie now. It's honestly really good. I really enjoyed Batman the movie. I was impressed by how not that one manages to not be overly Tim Burton-y, and it's not as bad as Batman Returns, my most successful TikTok.
Well, Batman Returns is quite a bad movie just on its face, and then the other reasons. See, I agree with you. I think the Penguin is too Tim Burton-y.
A little bit, yeah. He's a really Tim Burton-y, really Tim Burton-y. But like I don't know. At least I like him better than to go back to the Colin Farrell Penguin, where he's just a friggin' gangster with no discernible and he waddles like a penguin, I guess. Compared to that, at least he's penguin-like.
Wow.
Like my thing with the Penguin is when people get upset about or like invested in the Penguin, I automatically go, the Penguin's not cool. Like the Penguin's just not cool. Like when I think of the Penguin, I think of Burtis Meredith and like the cigarette holder and the top hat and the animated series Penguin. You know, the one who's lame. Like the Penguin is lame. That's his whole thing. The Joker's the cool one.
Oh, Michelangelo didn't think he was lame. He has a gun in his umbrella.
I mean, yeah, that's true. He does have a gun in his umbrella. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much. Oh, I will say it's funny. It's Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey plays a pretty good villain. It's still, we talked about Jim Carrey last week, but he's still in his identity crisis of not knowing who he wants to be in Hollywood. Also, our most controversial video turned out to be where I said Jim Carrey was an insufferable douche. But I stand by that. He's an insufferable douche. Jordan, what's your next thing?
Nowadays he is.
Have you seen Jim and Andy the Great Beyond?
If he wasn't always, he certainly has become one.
Have you seen Jim and Andy the Great Beyond?
Mm-mm.
No, you've never seen Jim. Have you seen Man on the Moon?
No.
Oh, okay. If you want to see how truly insufferable Jim Carrey is, watch Jim and Andy the Great Beyond. That's where you find out he method acted Man on the Moon, and he has this really long, the thing is, my thing with Jim Carrey, I said it last week, I'll repeat it, but we all know a guy like him where like he's like, oh, am I drinking the water, or free will doesn't exist? Did I choose to drink the water, or am I just thirsty? I'm the character of Jim Carrey wandering through. I'm no longer playing the physical manifestation of my. We've all met.
Blah, blah,
yeah, we've all met a guy like that, where you like he says a lot while saying nothing, like one of those people.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about that. So to be sort of fair to Jim Carrey, I definitely understand the idea that making it big in Hollywood is very much a double-edged sword. So I get that. But at the same time, once you make the amount of money that somebody like a Jim Carrey has made, you literally have the ability to say fuck off and walk away.
Pretty much.
If you stay in it, you are making the choice to do so.
Yeah.
So at that point, I can understand being frustrated at the beginning of your career when honestly you do have to eat some shit. Yeah. You know, but once you get to Jim Carrey, Batman Forever, you've got fuck you money.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
At least you should. So if it's truly so horrible, then do what Joe Rogan did. Say fuck you.
Yeah, and just leave. I mean, to be fair, that's what he did. Until he came back to Sonic 3.
Pursue something that you actually enjoy.
Yeah, my thing is, one of my biggest pet peeves is I'm one of these people, so it's kind of a double-edged sword for me, getting philosophical for a moment. I'm a big proponent of the idea of like working hard will pay off. I think the problem a lot of people have is that they underestimate how hard the hard work is sometimes. And then I get it, it's frustrating. But at the same time, some of the most annoying people on planet Earth are people who have succeeded and then start doing shit, the whole like money doesn't buy happiness routine. It's like, yeah, you know who's never said that? Somebody that doesn't have any fucking money.
Right? Jordan brought it up. To me, the most insufferable Jim Carrey clip. I mean, other than the watching him try to promote Sonic 2, which was painful. But the most insufferable Jim Carrey clip is that one where he shows up at that fashion show and like
I literally just tried to think of the most pointless thing that I could go to, and I'm here at this fashion show.
I thought about the most pointless and meaningless thing I can go to, and here I am. I showed up here. It's like, dude, why? Like I can't stand people who just want to take the fun out of it for other people. It's like, these people are having fun. Why? Why do that?
Well,
why make a spectacle of yourself like that?
And the sad thing for the girl doing the interview is, because he put her in a really bad situation, because she has no choice but to try to salvage it, because her honest response should have been like, Okay, well then I'll go elsewhere.
Yeah.
But that's not what he wanted, and that's not what her bosses wanted. So she can't just walk away. So
she has to
try to salvage. Yeah, she has to have that really awkward exchange where there's no way she's gonna look good, because the only way she looks good is to call him out on his bullshit. But then she's the girl that called Jim Carrey out on his bullshit.
But he's being bullshitty. Like, that's a shitty thing to say. Yeah, come on, people are having fun, they're having a moment. Why would you come here if you're just gonna be a miserable prick? Like, I don't get people like that. Where's the joy in that? Like, I just don't understand that.
This is why I will never be in a position of power in Hollywood, because I'm the kind of person who does not respect anyone who behaves that way. And my staff whatever company I would be associated with, my staff would be directed to do the same thing. So honestly, yeah, I'm the kind of guy, and I can say this because I've done it before. I'm the kind of guy where if my production company or whatever is on set and some Hollywood A-lister is being a douchebag to a PA, then I would tell him to fuck off.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't take it.
Well, but like, if you got a problem with that, it's like, and they'd say something effective like, "Oh, you'll never work in this town again." It's like, you know what? Fuck you and your town. Because if this is how all you motherfuckers act all the time, then I've already been broke. I'll go back. Like, I don't like.
My thing is,
if I have to eat. If I have to eat this level of shit just to get some money, then fuck off.
Right? Like he's got.
There's other ways to make money.
Oh yeah. I'm very interesting.
There's always OnlyFans.
There's always OnlyFans. Hey, OnlyFans wants you to know they don't only do that stuff. I mean, they do mostly do that stuff, but they do other things. They really want you to know that they do other things.
This is truly fascinating, because I actually read this and then this is great. So what website was it? It's wrestling related. So there's a wrestler named Zelina Vega. She's in WWE. She has an OnlyFans, but it's for apparently it's for cosplay. But when she announced her OnlyFans, apparently a bunch of people went to her page and subscribed, and then the universal comment was like, "Where are the fucking nudes?"
Right? Because you could do an OnlyFans that doesn't have nudes, like, but everyone gets immediately pissed off when they find that out. It's a whole thing that happens on
I found that so hysterical. I
always find it funny when you get OnlyFans ads for like their random reality television shows, and you're just like, nobody's on your website for this. What are you doing?
The funny thing is, apparently she does quite well, because her cosplays are really good.
Oh, there's an audience for everyone. I know.
We all know that the guys who are subscribing are just hoping and praying secretly. That,
we know what they're there for.
Oh, they're waiting.
We all know.
Patiently waiting.
See, I'm the kind of troll where it's like, I think it would be hilarious to make one and just have videos of me sitting there eating a bowl of cereal. That's it. Just hundreds of videos of me eating different bowls of cereals, and that's it.
Oh, did you see this? This is truly great, and I give massive credit for John Cena to this. And it's kind of related to Batman in a way, because he played Peacemaker.
He played Peacemaker.
When John Cena was doing the like press for Ricky Stenicki.
Oh yeah.
He made an OnlyFans. It's a legit OnlyFans account, and it's behind their paywall, so you have to subscribe. Or no, I think it's free. I think it's a free subscription. I can't remember, but the captions are always like the dirtiest sounding shit, but it's a very mundane photo.
That movie's good.
It's so great. It's so great. Or like, what was it? One of them was like taking this whole sausage deep in my mouth, and it's him actually just eating like smoked sausage. It's good
awesome.
shit. It's very funny.
That's very funny. He's very funny.
John Cena is a comedy genius, and I'm so glad that he's doing movies, because he's so good at it. Like, there's a throwaway line he has, which actually I don't think it made it. Oh no, it is in the movie. The movie Sisters with Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, where he's a drug dealer. And there's a bit, I can't remember if it's a deleted scene or it's an alternative take or the one that's in the movie, but he has a line where he says what his safe word is to Tina Fey. He just kind of leans in and says, like, my safe word is such and such. And there's also a gag reel at the end where a bunch, but one of them is just he just leans over and goes, my safety word is keep going.
That's funny.
That's funny, but it's
so funny.
That's Batman Forever. That turned into another rant about Jim Carrey. That's Batman Forever. It wasn't very good. It wasn't a very good movie.
At least we have the film gems of Jim Carrey.
It's true.
They are there.
They are there.
Yeah, hey. when he used to be cool.
You surprisingly saying that Jim Carrey used to be cool is a surprisingly hot. Jake, as a fellow internet person, you'll appreciate this. It was
inflammatory.
You can you tell in an internet comment when the internet comment clearly hasn't watched the video?
Yes, all the time.
They saw the title and they just left a comment without actually watching the video. Yeah, that's what happened to our Jim Carrey video. A lot of comments like not actually watching the video. My favorite is at least he used to be cool. You guys aren't cool. It's basically the general consensus. It is an incredibly ratioed video. 6 likes to 4 dislikes.
My favorite are the ones where it's like, shut up, who cares what you think? At least he used to be cool.
Yeah. Who cares what you think? 80 people care what we think.
That's my favorite one.
I think my favorite comment was people commenting on when all we said was that we didn't like Matt Walsh, but we enjoyed his 2 documentaries, but we don't like him. And so many people were like, fuck you, and then one person was like, yeah, he's got way more subscribers than you. And I'm like, well, yeah, he's Matt fucking Walsh. He has a platform. But my favorite thing, whenever somebody comments about our subscriber count, you look at their channel, if they have videos and they have like 5.
Yeah, I know, right? Or it's one video. What are you doing?
Wow. It's quite amazing that you could throw stones from that glass house.
That's a real glass house.
My general response is usually something to the effect of, it's like, you know what? You're right. You should start a podcast and then react to this and tell people to tell us to fuck off.
Right? Go create your own page.
Nobody's done it yet.
But that short was particularly funny because, and I have to say this as a Canadian, Quebecois, fucking typical Quebecer. Quebecois is not a language. They speak French, you douche.
To be fair, is it really French?
It is technically French. The French wouldn't say it's French, but it's technically French.
It's kind of like Cajun is technically English.
It's French adjacent.
French adjacent. They don't get their own special language, you fucking douche. Sorry.
You got a dialect.
I was just like that typical Quebecer when I read that comment. Typical Quebecer. That's my Western Canadian bias coming out.
Yeah. Are you familiar with a comedian named Paul Taylor? He's
not by name.
English. Okay, so he has a bit. He does a special where it's actually in 2 languages, because what he is, he's English, but he grew up in Paris, so he's bilingual. He speaks both languages perfectly, and the act is half and half. But he talks about when he was in college, he studied French as his major, and in order to graduate, he had to do a year abroad. And he was like, oh well, I'm gonna study abroad. I'm gonna study French abroad in Canada. And he said, what nobody told me is that studying French in Canada is like studying culinary in England.
That's true. Yeah, they call it dirty French. It's still French though, so you can screw off. You don't get a special language because Quebecers are these special little cherub snowflakes.
I was gonna say they're all very special snowflakes.
They're all very special snowflakes out there in Montreal. Jordan, what's your first half scene?
My first half scene. I'm gonna save the big one for last because I want to talk about that one a lot. But we're gonna quickly go through Batman Under the Red Hood.
It's another good one.
It is a very good one. I like this interpretation of Joker. It's no Mark Hamill, but it's still not bad. He's played by
John DiMaggio.
I think you're right, but I'm just gonna double check.
John DiMaggio. That one's really good.
Yes, you are right. And also funny that I didn't realize until I watched it this time. Jensen Ackles is Jason Todd / Red Hood.
Jensen Ackles is absolutely Jason Todd / Red Hood. Yeah, he's really quite good. Quite good in that.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny that I think this came out before he was Batman.
Yes.
So it just made me laugh that Robin became Batman.
Yeah, he got Batman because of this, I believe.
But I love the part where Jason Todd, Red Hood, has captured Joker, and Batman's there, and Joker slowly realizes who he is, and he's like, "You gotta give the kid credit. Like, he moved through hell and heaven to bring us all together. We gotta get a picture. I'll get one with him, then you'll get one with me and the crowbar, and then the crowbar, and then." Like, oh, it made me laugh.
I love that bit. Funny. I love, like, as he looks back and forth, just like that's solid animation of his face, of just the slow realization of,
right?
Wait a minute.
Oh my God, can it be?
Yeah, so that's actually my favorite Batman movie of all of them.
Oh, is it? It's really good.
Batman Under the Red Hood. I could see that.
Such a great story. It's such a great story.
It really is.
I like that version of it because it cuts out all of the crisis parts of it.
Agreed. Yeah, it's a much more concise, and that's what I show that movie to people that are kind of iffy about Batman, and they're like, okay, no, that was good.
That was Jensen Ackles as Red Hood, real good shit. He's got a really solid his monologue at the end where he's like, I understand how you could, like, let any of these other criminals live, but this piece of shit.
The Penguin or like Poison, like any of those people, okay, fine. But this one isn't a person. He's a fucking animal. Like, how could you let him continue to roam?
Right.
Like, oh, so good.
Well, and the reason it works so well is because he's got a point.
He does got a point.
Absolutely. And that's
Joker's demonstrated that he cannot, will not, and will never change.
Yeah. Age-old question of why does Batman kill Joker? Because then there'd be no more Joker.
Well, he eventually does, but
that's a point. Which this isn't the only storyline, which kind of brings up that point of, like, Joker is a monster. He's not a human. Like, you can't really apply the same rules to him as you do to the Penguin, because he's never going to get better. Demonstratably, the Joker is never going to get better.
No.
And it really does become this moral question of, why do the courts even allow him to continue to follow through the same habits and patterns?
Gotham apparently doesn't have the death penalty. That's why.
I was going to say, apparently, whatever state Gotham is in doesn't.
Apparently, because and it is this real moral question of, do some people just deserve the death penalty? It's a question that
I think deserve is not the right word, because, well, maybe, but not for the point I'm going to make, because, like, yeah, I think you can make the argument that some people do, but it becomes a question of public safety at a certain point.
It does, yeah. It becomes reckless knowing that he's just going to break out and kill more people.
Well, because if you have someone that is demonstrably, I mean, habitually just, like, not, there's no rehabilitation here, what is the point of housing them?
Right.
If it's to the point where they're that level of homicidal maniac where they live to kill, cause harm, and sow chaos.
Right.
Like,
and that's where it's a fascinating moral question, and it's a moral. It would be if a person such as the Joker were in our world, there would be a lot of conversations about him. That's for sure.
He'd be hanging out with Lady Gaga in a bad movie.
No, Justin. That he's not the Joker.
He'd be doing
kind of the point. That's kind of the point of that movie, is he's not the Joker.
He'd be doing a big old poo if he existed. That's true. He'd make a shitty sequel.
But yeah, that's Batman Under the Red Hood. It's not very long, but it is a good one.
It's really good.
I enjoy it.
Jordan's been nailing it with the Batman movies this week. So we arrive at the main event of the episode.
One of them.
It's Batman versus Superman. Batman v Superman. Dawn of Justice. And okay, here's my thing on this, right? My issue with this movie is not in and of its inherent existence, all right? I don't take issue with it on its face. If it's in its presentation. So it's that my argument is that is not Batman and that is not Superman. Like, the fact that the big money shot of the movie is Batman with a gun, like, upsets me so many, like the big shot where it's him, Wonder Woman, and Superman all standing side by side, and Batman's got a gun. I'm like, that makes me unhappy.
But they're fighting an alien, though, so I know where you're coming from, but they're fighting an alien.
Sure, but even Batman, in every version of him I saw this week, even when he was fighting aliens, was like, nah to the guns. I don't do guns. I don't do guns. I don't kill people.
He has his hook shot, but he doesn't have guns.
Like Batman, my opinion, your tolerance of this movie is going to be like how much you tolerate Batman brutally killing people.
See, my thing is that, and this is kind of the thing that I realized is ultimately my problem isn't really with how they portray Batman. My problem is with how they portray Superman, because he's not Superman. He's Injustice Superman. He's willing to kill people. Superman is not willing to kill. That's kind of what makes Injustice Superman is the fact that he is willing to finally cross that line. So yeah, in the first Superman movie, he snaps a neck. That's not Superman would toss him in the Phantom Zone. Superman would find any other way to defeat his villain other than killing. So to me, once you cross that line, he's no longer Superman. So my issue with Batman versus Superman is just the further continuation of that storyline of he hasn't become Superman, and he's not Superman until we hit the Joss Whedon verse, where at the end he's colorful and he's kind of becoming friendly and fun and is actually becoming Superman. But we never got the follow through and the continuation to really see the end results of that. That's my problem with that movie.
My big thing is this movie has made people think that this is what Superman... Like I had a similar experience with the Michael Bay movies, where there's an entire generation of kids who think that the Michael Bay Transformer movies are good movies because they grew up with them. And so we're kind of seeing a similar effect of... We're seeing stuff from this James Gunn Superman movie that's coming out, where Superman is just Superman. Like, he's just Superman. And people are like, oh, but that's not Superman. And I have to be like, no, that's what Superman was like before. And so that's...
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I was going to say, that's my issue with this movie, ultimately, is it's not Batman and it's not Superman. It's some... I watched a video this week where he described it as cultural vandalism, and I wouldn't go that's to me is a tad hyperbolic, but I would say that it definitely has tainted the image of these characters, where people think that Batman killing people is just normal. And like, if your argument...
Okay, so I'm gonna push back on one thing though. Who does Batman kill?
He kills bad guys, but still, he still kills people.
Does he kill them? Does he kill them?
I mean, there's a couple, especially at the... Okay, if you want to be like... earlier in the movie, he's disillusioned Batman. Like, well, certainly he knows they're going to be killed when he brands them and sends them off to prison. He'd have to be naive to not know that. He crushed several...
But he's not killing them. So this is where we're going to get into the weeds a bit here. So the thing is, I agree with you that version of Superman misses the mark greatly. And that's a problem in this movie. That's why it's not... And that's also why the fight kind of sort of doesn't work as well as it should, because if we're being real here, now you kind of get some answer from the kryptonite dust, but at the end of the day, the reason Batman beats Superman in a fight is because Superman doesn't want to kill Batman.
Pretty much,
because we all know he could if he wanted to. Now, that being said, this is Batman, but it's a very specific version of Batman, being the Dark Knight Returns Batman. He's older. He's a little bit more grizzled. That Batman does not have a problem with killing people. He doesn't even have a problem using guns. That being said, I don't love that Batman, but it's a Batman that exists.
Sure. My response to that would be, the thing is, and I saw people say this about this movie, is we don't know. This is the version of these characters that we understand them to be as they exist in this universe. So we don't know that this Batman has never killed before. We don't know what he was like when he was young Batman. Like, even a cursory flashback to him as like young Batman, where you saw he was bright and not full of optimism, but he was like a bit more like, I'm not gonna just crush a guy's head with the Batmobile, or I'm not gonna throw a crate at his head and crush his head against a wall. There were several guys in that sequence. They were dead. They were definitely dead. I'm not gonna shoot some guy in the head.
Or this is where we get this is where we get into the weeds a bit. So to me, there is a difference between, well, I mean, legally there's a difference between manslaughter and murder. So for example, if you're jumped by 8 guys and one of them gets killed because you're fighting them and he falls off a ledge or his head gets smashed or something, things happen, right? That's different from like premeditated, I'm going to shoot all these motherfuckers and kill them all. So there's a difference between that Dark Knight Returns Batman and say Punisher.
Sure.
There's a difference.
My argument would be though, like,
the issue with this Batman in this movie though is that is not the fact that he's willing to go to those extreme lengths. It's the fact that we never saw a Batman before he was willing to go to those extreme lengths. And so because we never saw that version of him, this version is unearned. That's version,
fair. That's fair.
That would kind of be my thing, is this version isn't earned. We haven't reached the point where he should be at this, and we didn't see the version of him that wouldn't. So it doesn't mean as much that he is willing to go to those lengths.
Right.
There is a setup in this movie that I kind of picked up on, but I will admit they didn't do a great job of. It's not thinly veiled. You kind of have to. I'm not going to say it's hard to notice, and I might be reading too much into it too. So this is a Batman that was gravely affected by the events of Man of Steel and takes on a bit of a new philosophy after seeing that, because rightfully so is like, let's say, this is the not happy-go-lucky Batman, but this is the Batman who has limits. Well, those limits mean nothing when you now have literal gods that can wipe a city out with their hand.
Yeah. I think
so.
I think,
and a big part of the problem is that this Superman and this Batman don't have that pre-established relationship. So absolutely, Batman sees strong godlike man who can fly through the sky and people literally worship, is going around snapping people's necks. Absolutely, that's going to change his perspective on things, and that's where I say, because Superman isn't. For lack of a better way of putting it, because they got Superman wrong, it then echoes out into the rest of the universe.
And that's fair. I will say one thing. The one thing I would change, and there's 2 ways they could have done it, because there's a reason Martha became a joke, and it's because it just that would never happen. Why could you not have Superman say, "Save my mother"?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know they wanted to do the whole like, oh, both our moms are named Martha, and if you were dead set on doing the Martha bit, have Lois yell something about Martha. Like, Superman's not like, how often do you call your mother by her first name?
Right. And it's just such a weird cosmic coincidence that he would happen. Also, I can't stand Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. I hated him the first time.
I don't like it, but I know what they were doing, and it was a beautiful attempt. It was a missed shot. They were hearkening back to the original.
Yeah, they were trying to do like a people go. It's funny. I know where you're going, because people always go, "Oh, he's just doing Mark Zuckerberg." I'm like, no, he's doing Gene Hackman. Hence the hair, the whole thing. Yeah, he's trying to do Gene Hackman, and a bad Gene Hackman, but a Gene Hackman nonetheless.
Yeah. It's not, now there are parts of his characterization that I like because it's Jesse Eisenberg. To me, I would have just cast somebody different, and then you don't have because Jesse Eisenberg is shorter than both the other actors. He's smaller, so he's behaving in a way that somebody of that build, stature, and would act. But that's not the Lex Luthor that we all know and love. Yeah, but there is a parallel in the Gene Hackman performance.
He's too Weasley and just his plan is like 3-degree levels of 3D chess that will require so many things to function in exactly the way you need them to. It's just like too convenient. It's like way too convenient. I
will say this: the fight. I love the fight though. I think the fight it's not perfect, but I mean it's very good, and that's what we came from. Shoehorning in Wonder Woman though.
Yeah, that I don't
in the fight. I think having her present prior to the fight, I think that's fine, because you are setting up for Justice League.
I mean, my thing is the movie coming to like a grinding halt so we can watch a PowerPoint presentation of all the movies that are coming in the future. That should have been a post-credit scene. And it should have been a post-credit scene, and it should have been Lois Lane being like, Luther has all these weird files about all these different other metahumans, and then she sees him, and it's a post-credit. Instead of having the climax of the movie come to a grinding fucking halt, so Batman can look at these videos. Also, and I'm not entirely... Okay, the nightmare sequence. The nightmare sequence is awful, and it ultimately is even worse because it went nowhere. Too much of Batman with a gun. Don't like Batman with a gun.
I wouldn't have said no to that rewrite. I'll say that much. I wouldn't have said no to it. I think what would have been, and because they established that this Batman is really harsh. Like, again, the branding people. I think you're right in saying that it was unearned. I think that if you had seen the reason why this had happened, like if there was just this big uptick in crime and Batman's like, I don't understand. Clearly, I'm not scaring these people enough, so I need to push it out. And I think what would have been more interesting, and they do like a small hint at this when Clark and Bruce meet each other, and they kind of criticize each other's alter egos without knowing that they're the other superhero. But I think what would have been a little bit more interesting is you have Superman starting to look into this Batman character because he thinks that he's some sort of like superpowered being.
Yeah.
And then he finds out it's a guy. And I think that would have been a nice little prelude to the eventual fight we have, because I think Superman looking down on Batman makes that fight more interesting because, again, we know Superman just doesn't want to kill Batman. That's why Batman can win that fight.
Yeah.
But I think a couple of surprise sucker punches work really well in that story, because Superman is like not counting on the kryptonite gas. Superman is not counting on the suit that makes Batman stronger.
Yeah.
And he's frankly, and this is why Batman staying toe to toe with Superman is always effective, is nobody expects somebody to be that crazy.
That too, yeah. I mean, okay.
I think for me, ultimately, Batman needed his own movie.
Yeah, Batman.
Like full bore. Like he just much like how when you had the King Kong versus Godzilla, King Kong had a movie, Godzilla had a movie. So when they came together, you didn't have any of that. Well, one of them didn't have explanation. Like,
and it was still shitty. I'm kidding.
Right?
No, that movie was okay.
But Batman needed his own movie. But failing that, if they had had a scene where like him and Alfred are talking, and Alfred disapprovingly like says something to the effect of like, you never used to be this violent, or you never used to do this, and Batman had a line of, oh, there didn't used to be a god flying around the sky, making people not afraid of man.
They do kind of do that where he's like,
I know what you're getting at though, a little bit more intense.
Yeah.
I get that. But again, Superman's existence doesn't explain the escalation on normal street criminals. And that's what I think the Batman movie... So what we could have gotten, this would have been interesting, is the Batman movie we could have gotten could have been his first toe-to-toe encounter with like a legitimate supervillain, like a super-powered being. And then he sees Superman, and now he's freaking out because he's like, crime's going up, and now these fuckers have superpowers. Like...
Well, my big thing is, my thing with this universe generally is the more they try to build, Man of Steel was a shitty foundation. It just was, because the more you try to add superheroes to this universe, the more you go, by the time you hit Black Adam, you're like, where were these people when Zod showed up? Like me and Jordan,
it's like the Eternals, but for the whole thing,
right? Like me and Jordan, we made a joke where why wasn't Wonder Woman? We got into a fight with a friend of mine once on Facebook because we were like, why wasn't Wonder Woman at Man of Steel? And obviously the answer is because they hadn't considered that whatever in the terms of the outside of it. But it's like because she couldn't get there. What's
funny is people are going to say to you, because she shut herself off from the world, and that would have been fine until they come out with Wonder Woman 1984.
Exactly. And it's like, okay, well, no, he said
she's like, I'm going to hide from everyone. Look, a crowded mall.
His response was she couldn't get there because she couldn't get there. Like she wasn't able to get there. And I don't think I had brought up the fact
that got there when Doomsday showed up.
No, like for Man of Steel. Why she didn't show up?
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying by that logic, she wouldn't have been able to show up when Doomsday came along.
We made some sort of crack about how she was waiting to refill the invisible jet. She couldn't get the invisible jet. Couldn't she have borrowed a jet from?
Yeah, are you guys familiar with Critical Drinker on YouTube?
I know him by name. I'm not never
Oh,
watched any of his content.
Do yourself a favor, watch his review of Wonder Woman 1984.
interesting.
It is delightfully hilarious. My second favorite part, because the other part he refers to the wishing stone as the dildo stone throughout the entire movie. But then I love the fact because he points out just the absurdity of this movie. He was like, so they decide to go look for her in Cairo, and they find him right in the middle of the road. Wow, that was lucky.
Yeah, that was bad. It was bad. It was real bad. But my thing with this universe generally is, okay, the first Man of Steel movie, they all seemed to be surprised by the existence of Superman and the notion that superheroes now exist, right? But across the river for 20 years, a guy in a bat costume has been beating up costume villains, and nobody seemed to make that connection. Like, it's just like 20. That's why I'm like,
no, because Batman only operates in Gotham City.
Yeah, but you would think, like, hey, he fights a crazy clown would have made news headlines of some sort.
Well, again, the Jared Leto Joker that's established in that universe is much more of like a mob boss rather than like a supervillain.
Yeah, but he's known to have killed the Robin. That's a thing that they established later. So he would have been
sure, but I mean, he's still a person. I mean, it would be like Batman taking on a cartel.
He seems to be a fairly well known. I guess he's a big costume persona, and so the fact that this universe acts shocked about, I mean, obviously the answer is Batman didn't exist in that universe yet, so it wasn't something they had thought about, but it's just the thing that makes those movies
it retroactively gives you questions that you shouldn't have to think about,
right? And I think it
clearly they didn't even have an outline, and that's the biggest problem with that cinematic universe. They were copying Marvel, and they were like, we got to churn these things out. We'll connect the dots later. But then they connected some dots, but then they would go back and say, fuck these dots, because we're going to because we want to churn out another movie. I'm looking at you, Wonder Woman 1984, because you directly contradict your prequel and sequel movies in one movie where nothing that happens matters.
And my thing is, you don't even have to recast. Like, and I get it. It's because they wanted to do The Dark Knight Returns, but and we already touched upon it. The reason why The Dark Knight Returns is because it's an established relationship between Batman and Superman that they've had for like 20 years. It's not going to work for two guys who met on a Thursday.
Well, that's the friction of the story right there.
Right.
Is they have conflicting it's very Watchmen-esque, which I mean makes sense.
Yeah.
But
of course, that's why he likes it.
And so because it's the Superman trusts the government. Bruce Wayne doesn't trust anybody. So
it's like you're trying to subvert a thing that you don't know anything about. That's what this movie is. And it's like, I mean, there's so many fixes, but the number one fix for me, I saw someone say, don't include Batman. I don't think I mean, that, like, cause I should bring up the stuff that I do like about this movie, cause it's not devoid of stuff I don't like. Like, I do find the idea of, and it's a bit antiquated now because we've done it a bajillion times, in The Boys and whatever, but the idea of how would like the real world react to Superman is pretty much how they would exact to we debate in front of a Security Council in Congress for no reason. Like, that's how the government.
And that's actually one thing I really enjoy about the movie is because they're all acting like the fact that Superman is entertaining this nonsense shows you that he's on your side.
Right, exactly, because they're like, oh, you have to be able to answer to someone. It's like, no, it's if I answer to someone, then that makes me less effective of a being if I have to constantly worry about. And I like those and that, to me, that stuff was interesting. And I'm like, yeah, if it was just Man of Steel 2 and it was all that, it was a mostly political movie, I think I'd probably like it better. Or my other solution is make Batman younger. Make Batman.
I think you're both frozen.
Oh, am I frozen?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we lost Jake.
Oh no, I lost Jake. Hold on. We'll get him back. Oh, he's gone. Oh no.
Jake went to his profile picture with one bar. I don't know if he's hearing us.
Oh no, I don't know if he can hear us.
Oh, he's circling now. He's circle sphere.
Wouldn't be the Spur of the Moment podcast without any technical issues. We were doing so well too.
We were doing so well.
Give him a minute, he'll be back. Make it a young Batman. I'm gonna repeat that when he eventually gets back. That would be my other solution.
I will say on the technical side, I never checked our audio levels, so it would just be very funny and kind of upsetting if at the end of this, you go to check everything and it didn't catch any of us.
God, that would suck.
That would suck. And yet be kind of funny.
It would be kind of funny. We've lost Jake. Oh no, we lost Jake. I don't know what to do. Should we move on? Should we move on to...
In the chat, he said, I can hear you through YouTube, lol.
Oh no.
Oh, he fully left the chat.
I'm probably gonna try to... Oh, okay, we got him. Fucking Discord, man.
Part of your Broadway world says, welp.
Welp. I don't know what to do. I didn't really have much else on this. I feel like it'll reconnect.
And it's sure trying.
It is absolutely trying.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted to use this pause to go to the bathroom.
I mean, I can entertain the audience while you do.
Yeah, because this has been going on for like what, 3 hours now? Jordan has to use the restroom real quick. So while you guys deal with the failing that, I will be right back.
Well, so Batman versus Superman. No, we're gonna talk about 40s Batman later. For those of you while I wait for Jordan and Jake to get back. And that's a real trip. Jordan's gonna be talking about Injustice coming up. That's coming up. And then we're gonna talk about Crisis on Infinite Earths parts 1 through 3. And that's coming up. I'm just sort of endlessly vamping while I wait for people to come back. And I'm so sorry to our poor Spotify listeners. This is just me vamping until I feel so alone. I don't really know what to do here. It really doesn't want to load. I'm almost tempted to close the Discord and reload the call. This has never happened to me before. Okay. This would be pretty good time for Jeopardy music.
It's working new?
Oh no, he's back. He's back. Okay. We got Jordan. Jordan ran off to we got Jake back. Jordan ran off to the bathroom. Because he was like, I'm gonna take this opportunity to go to the bathroom.
I was gonna say it must have just started working because I've got the YouTube playing and there it is. Okay, yeah, it did just start working.
So my other solution for Batman versus Superman is I would just do young Batman. That would be my you don't even have to recast. Just you still have Ben Affleck, just have him be like, and I'm gonna make the case for this by the end of today, because we're gonna talk about Jensen Ackles Batman. Do like he's like 45-year-old Batman, he's been Batman for a bit, but not like for like 20 years. You know, kind of Batman. That's my dream.
That's the world that I one day want to live in.
That's the world that I want to live in. That's my dream casting.
Oh, that's better. I'm here now.
Yeah, I took the opportunity as well, and I was like, "Oh, I feel lighter."
It seemed like a good time. Did I miss anything important?
No.
Oh yes, we completely fixed Batman versus Superman.
We did.
Man, I didn't think that was possible.
We chose.
Turns out it was easy, and apparently the answer is to just not fucking make it.
Yeah. The answer is to not adapt Batman Returns in a and it's funny because he still wants to do Batman Returns. Zack Snyder. He's like if I would only come back to superheroes to do an actual one-to-one adaptation of Batman Returns, to which my response would be, what's the fucking point? You already did it. Nobody liked it. Very few people liked it.
You mean Batman Returns or the Dark Knight Returns?
Or Dark Knight Returns, the Frank Miller one.
I was gonna say I was getting confused.
Yeah, he wants to do an adaptation.
Yeah, I have to be honest. I would be pretty content if we just let Batman versus Superman, the movie, be buried in the annals of history. and move forward with our lives.
I think Warner Brothers wants to do that. That's for sure. Pretty confident they want to do that.
Because
they need to take some time.
So okay, here's my question. Here's the thing that's always driven me crazy, and I cannot find any Google to corroborate this. You know when Batman's asleep and he wakes up and it's the Flash from the future, and he's like, "I've come back too soon." Is that Ezra Miller?
Yes.
Because it doesn't look or sound like Ezra Miller, like at all.
It's distorted.
Is it because of just a weird CGI effect? It just doesn't make it look like him.
I don't know what that was. Dr. Zoidberg.
I was gonna say that sounded more like Nick said. Aroo.
Because it's distorted.
Because it's distorted.
So okay. To wrap up Batman vs Superman, Jake, let me ask you. What for me? I like. Not the bastardized weird version we got for HBO Max, but like let's pretend there's a world where Zack Snyder did get kicked off and he actually got to finish this. Is that something you would have watched, like out of genuine interest, or just out of morbid curiosity or fascination, like myself?
To finish off what?
His Justice League trilogy, his actual proper.
Well,
have you heard what it is?
I'm sure I have at one point, but considering what I saw from the Snyder Cut, no, I think it would have been horrendous.
Because I think that Snyder Cut, I don't think is representative of what it...
I just think that Snyder sorry to cut you off, Justin. I just think that Snyder generally misses the mark on what makes the DC superheroes. He treats them as if like the entire point is that they're gods, and I've hated that interpretation. Like, I hate it so much. I think it so misses the mark. Like, kind of the point of what makes Superman is that humanity that he has inside of himself, to the point where in other, and on my next subject, I'll more talk about this, but when Superman loses that humanity, that thing that makes him human, he kind of stops being Superman. That's kind of the point.
Kind of the whole point. Yeah, and my thing is, like, if this movie made the case that it both wants to deconstruct Batman and Superman and be like, these aren't the versions, these aren't your daddy's Superman and Batman, but then at the same time wants to be like, no, we're establishing a universe here, so we're gonna start the universe where Batman is at the end of his career. It just doesn't work. Square peg into circle hole.
Yeah, generally speaking, Zack Snyder is one of those creative people that has genuinely good ideas often, but he's one of those people that needs somebody to rein in his worst impulses.
Yes.
Just be like, well, for example, there's a scene, first of all, I think Zack Snyder, if I'm being honest, Zack Snyder's a little fucked in the head, because I was listening to him talk about Watchmen, and don't get me wrong, Watchmen's great, but there's a scene in Watchmen where they do a flashback of Rorschach as a child, and his mother's coming out of the room from John.
Yeah.
And apparently that's Zack Snyder's kid that's playing Rorschach. Now the thing is though, well, he wanted to make it weirder. So apparently, it's union rules or the law. So he wanted Rorschach's mom to come out of the room topless, and he was very adamant about this. Since it was his child, if his wife had played Rorschach's mother, they could have done it legally.
Really?
He was like, and he was like really trying to get his wife to be topless in front of his son, and I was just like, why? I don't get why this is the hill you're trying to die on. It's kind of fucking weird for a scene that lasts like 4 seconds. This seems really, really odd to me. And if you were that dead set on it, you could augment with CGI.
I mean, yeah.
Like, why are you like real? I guess it may have been an idea that came about like really quickly, and they were like, no, we're not going to spend post-production money so that you can have boobs in the same shot as a child.
Yeah.
But to me, that whole thing, I was like, that kind of explains Zack Snyder to me.
I mean, the thing that
he gets these ideas, and unless he's told no, he really fixates on these just genuinely bad ideas, i.e. doing a 4:3 aspect ratio, or I guess it's not 4:3, but doing a weird aspect ratio in Justice League because a lot of characters fly upwards in the frame. That's so fucking stupid.
I mean, my thing was he was the one who was like, I'd like to make a Batman movie where Batman gets sexually assaulted in prison. Like,
yes,
that really demonstrates his understanding of that character, of why he's wrong for that franchise.
That, Zack Snyder is kind of like Stephen King in film, because like dude's got some kind of fucked up ideas. I'm not going to call them fantasies, but he seems really preoccupied with sexuality, particularly violent sexuality.
I mean,
and I'm just kind of like, I mean, fair, yeah. See, there you go.
Yeah,
and I'm just kind of like
hyper-aggro, sexual, weird.
I don't get it.
Yeah, we might come back to Zack Snyder, because I want to do a pick a director episode where I talk about his stuff, because I watched this really long, several hour long video about Batman versus Superman to kind of like, because I felt like that video kind of articulated my points I made today really well. But one of the things he said was, "Oh, Zack Snyder's a really good filmmaker. Sucker Punch is like this amazing movie for XYZ reasons." And I was like, I remember that movie being bad. I remember that movie being really bad.
I just remember it being boring. Like, it was just one long music video.
And now, whenever I talk about a movie, it has to be for content. So I'm like, well, that's what he's got good movies, right? He's got to have at least one good movie. I stand by that. Anyway,
Watchmen is good. It has some weird elements, but I mean, it's good.
But that's because
it's good.
Watchmen is good because he doesn't change anything, because he doesn't, other than the ending. But it's fair. Otherwise a fairly faithful adaptation. And yeah, when he tries to deconstruct, he clearly proves he can't or doesn't know how to. Like, the worst thing he does is shoot Jimmy Olsen in the head in the desert like he's nothing, because that's what he thinks of Superman and his extended cast of characters. Dislike this movie.
But yeah, so that's Superman versus Batman.
That's Batman versus Superman. Jordan, what's your final have seen?
My final have seen is, and this is one where I'm going to take some time to talk about this one. Jake, did you ever play the NetherRealm Studios game Injustice: Gods Among Us?
No, but I'm familiar with it.
You're familiar, so you know how it spawned a comic book run. And then it had not very good movie interpretation of the story. Disappointingly bad.
An animated film?
Yeah, they did an animated film. Yeah,
okay.
They had an animated film.
I haven't seen it, but I watched the trailer and I was kind of like, I'm not very enthusiastic about this, so I'll get around to watching it. But
I would say don't waste your time, because it's not Injustice. What? Justin, help me. What did I say yesterday? It doesn't do Injustice justice. And where's the justice in that? That's what I said. That's what I have to say about that movie.
But there may be injustice.
Definitely some injustice.
So okay. Where to even begin? The comic book run covers the 5 years leading up to the game. And I just recently reread most of, I didn't quite finish year 5, but most of the 4 years. And so the issue with the Injustice movie is it really runs through stuff way too fast. Directly changes a lot of stuff, and completely screws up a number of things. That being said, there are a couple scenes where it's like, oh, that's kind of neat. That's just like the comic that I just read. And that's pretty much a 1-for-1 shot. That's like, it doesn't happen often, but when it does happen, it kind of is like, oh, that's kind of cool. But the comic has scenes like iconic, cool scenes like Superman getting a Yellow Lantern ring and having the Yellow Lantern suit on, and it looks badass and it looks dope. Whereas the movie is kind of just, and the other thing with the comics is kind of not just Superman's slow descent to being willing to team up with supervillains and murder and take over the world, but like the other members of the Justice League also kind of follow him down that road in the original comic. Whereas in the movie, it's really just Superman and Wonder Woman, until Wonder Woman suddenly grows a conscience and is like, whoa, you just murdered a bunch of kids. This is where I draw the line. And then the movie has to like be able to quickly resolve like and finish it up, whereas the comic book kind of leads into the game, which then the game happens.
My thing with that universe was always, at least going from the games, was just like Wonder Woman is so evil, just seemingly out of nowhere. She's just really evil and willing to do a murder.
Yeah, they kind of in the even in the comics, they lean more into the she's a warrior aspect of her character. So she's very easy like to be like, certain people are just bad, and the quickest way to root out evil is to so they kind of lean more on that, and you're either going to be okay with that or you're not going to be okay with that. But the issue with the movie is that they hit a point where they're like, okay, well, this movie's coming up on like hour and a half. We got to wrap this shit up.
An animated one. It can only be an hour 45 at most. Wrap this bitch up.
Like we gotta wrap this shit up. And instead of doing what I think they should have done, so if I had it my way, Batman Batman the Long Halloween is like a 2-parter. The one that Justin chose, in Crisis on Infinite Earth, is a 3-parter. I think this should have been like a multi-movie deal kind of thing, where each of the movies is year 1, year 2, year 3, etc., etc. And maybe you combine like year 2 and year 3 into one movie, or year 3 and year 4, but have multiple of the years, so you get to then have the actual story where you have Hal Jordan like losing his Green Lantern ring, and the Green Lantern's going to war with Superman, and Hal Jordan becoming the Yellow Lantern. Like, you get to have more of the nuance that people fell in love with the comics, and not just rushing through it, so that at the end, then instead of having the game events of having them bring over alternate Superman or alternate Batman, in the movie they just bring over alternate Lois Lane, who talks Superman down, and Superman's like, I surrender. Take me to prison.
Oh, wait, no, I did watch that movie.
And like they kind of just completely undercut the entire point of that storyline, and it's not. It's of the movies that I watched. Yeah, of the movies that I watched this week, I would have to say it's at the bottom because it just so misses the point. Like, in my opinion,
that movie came out 2-3 years too late. Like, the second game had been out for like a little while, and the notion, I think, okay, tell me if you guys disagree with this sentiment. The notion of Superman but evil's done now, right? We're done. It's done.
I think it's overplayed.
For a while. Well, I think for a while, as Superman, but like an evil version of Superman. Like I say, Brightburn is still a fantastic movie, but it's not Superman. It's Superman-esque.
Like, I don't know. Yeah, like you got Homelander, like, example, you got Omni-Man, you got like.
I think it depends on how you do it, but overall, I'd say that it's kind of overdone at this point. I would agree with that statement. When Injustice came out, it was still fresh, and they were actually doing Superman, not just evil Superman.
Yeah, that's my thing. Is like, if you had managed to get this out like right around when the game came out, I think it probably would have had more. I don't think it got the effort that it would have gotten when that game was at like the height of its popularity.
Or certainly when the comic came out.
Yeah.
Like, because the comic came out a little bit after the game did, like I think a year or two after the game came out. Because the game came out and it was really popular.
Yeah,
and then they were like, well, let's show how Superman and his regime got to this point, and that was kind of the fun thing of those 5 years of comics. And there's a lot there. There's a bunch. There's too much for me to be able to properly and adequately dissect.
I know that at one point there was going to be there was going to be I know they were going to do a live action movie at one point, and it just slowly got defunded till it became this animated project. And this animated project didn't relegate straight to DVD. Didn't get, like, maybe if this thing went theatrically, it would have gotten more effort. That was my big thing with this. Like, no effort went into this movie. At least that's what it comes across.
And it's just like there's also so there's a number of changes that they make in this versus in the comic, and one of the big ones is, instead of Sinestro showing up and slowly worming his way into Superman's ear and pushing him further and further down the dark path path. It's Ra's al Ghul, and it just doesn't. It's not the same. It doesn't work for me.
Yeah. I don't think it works
there's
for
the fact
anybody.
there's the fact that
hey, there might be hardcore Ra's al Ghul fans out there.
In the comic, it's not only Wonder Woman who's feedbacking into Clark and making him think that what he's doing is okay, but like the rest of the Justice League, or at least a good chunk of them, are also like, yeah, this is the right thing to do. We're the heroes. We're the good guys, which feedback loops into Clark Kent's head, and like path to hell is paved with good intentions. They think they're doing the right thing, right? But in this, because it's just one person, it really just makes it come across like Wonder Woman is the bad guy.
It's kind of what it looked like, yeah.
A little bit.
Because she's like, you have to be strong in your conviction. You have to be okay with this. You have to, and it's just, yeah, it misses the mark.
Is it one of those ones? Is she one of those Wonder? I noticed this in the Crisis on Infinite Earths movie, where I mentioned this to Jordan, but ever since Gal Gadot, now every subsequent version of Wonder Woman has to have a thick Greek accent, like every single one.
This one doesn't.
Oh, this one's an American, which is funny considering like at one point I'm pretty sure she had the American flag on her costume. I think that was the Linda Carter. So that's it. That's Injustice. Okay, so I think it's finally time for you guys to hear about the wonder and the joy and just the pure unadulterated racism that is 1943 Batman. I cannot recommend 1943 Batman enough. But don't watch all 3 hours of it like I did. Dear God, I watched 3 hours of it.
3 hours?
It was so much. It was
when
so much.
When did this come out?
1943.
And there was a 3-hour Batman movie in 19. Wow.
I don't think it's not a Batman movie. They're serials. So I think you watch them on TV 30 minutes or 40 minutes at a time.
Okay. That makes more sense.
To be fair, I got bored.
It's a limited window, and then they stitched them all together to make a film.
They talk like that. They absolutely talk like that.
I know, at one point, because they're still in the 1940s, and they're using the Mid-Atlantic accent.
A transatlantic accent. Yeah, and at one point, someone literally calls a character a stool pigeon, and I'm like, I don't think that's ironic. I think he's literally calling him a stool pigeon. It takes
We didn't have irony in the 40s.
Right?
Because you couldn't hear it.
And so it came out, and I had to look it up. It's 2 years. Batman, so there's a lot of interesting stuff. Number one, they don't call it the Bat Cave. They call it the Bat's Cave. And they call it...
Oh, yes, because you see it's a cave, and the Batman lives there, so therefore it is the Bat's Cave.
They still call him
you have to use your possessive.
They still call him the Batman. He's still the Batman. And he's funny. His how he interrogates criminals, he's like, oh, the criminals they fall unconscious and then they wake up and then they're in this room and they're sitting in a chair and the Batman is sitting at a desk, a gold-plated desk, and he's there to interrogate you. And it's just him yelling at these poor criminals, and it very much is like, yeah, Adam West Batman really reminded me of Don Quixote, where it's just like an insane man, like beating up like every scene is just 1940s Batman bursts into the room, punches all of the guys in the jaw, and just bursts out of the room. Like the bad guy he's fighting, because this movie came out mid World War II, so Batman's fighting the Axis powers. He's been hired by the government to hire the Axis powers, and the main bad guy is a Japanese man who is not a Japanese man. He's a white guy in Japanese face. And for most of the thing, I was like, wait, so, okay, it's the 1940s, it's the midway of World War II. Maybe they've just never seen a Japanese person before. Like, it is possible.
No, they have, because believe it or not, prior to the Second World War, and I can't remember his name, this is sad, there was a silent film star who not only was extremely popular in the 20s, he was Japanese American, not only insanely popular, but a legitimate sex symbol.
Huh. Well, what I was going to say, what's funny is, so midway, a Japanese guy shows up, and it's an actually Japanese guy. So I'm like, so then, what? But it's stuff like, yeah, they're calling him, oh man, I don't want to say a slur. But they call him...
Don't say it, Justin.
They're calling him the J word.
So his name was Sasue Hayakawa.
Oh, interesting. Wow, that surprises me. I guess just bad. Japan wasn't really viewed that bad internet because they had a real bad reputation for a while.
Well, and people. So here's the thing: in Germany too, like World War II really casts a really big and bad shadow on these countries prior to World War I for Germany, because believe it or not, the Japanese were actually in the Allied powers in the First World War. Yeah, that shadow still looms.
Oh, for sure.
Because, it's and I'll be honest, the word you're referring to, I don't really consider that one a slur. I consider it an abbreviation with malicious intent.
Yeah, it's used like a slur in this context, is how I would put it.
It is, yeah, but consider, as an American, we're often referred to as Yanks with a little bit of distaste, and I don't consider that a slur.
That's fair. That's fair. But
yeah, I usually just err on the side of caution.
Oh, but so here's the thing though, because I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Jap.
Yeah, Jap. Yeah.
So here's the thing: do you consider kraut a slur?
No, I don't know. I've never heard that one.
Probably would depend on the context.
The context is U.S. soldiers would refer to Germans as krauts.
Then probably, yeah. Intent matters, as far as I'm concerned. Intent matters.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the reason it's not considered a slur by most people is because Germans are white. So
yeah. You're not wrong. But also there is a line in this.
As of World War II, they were also the bad guys.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, fair. Yeah, that's why the shorthand terms of derision. Like, don't get me wrong, it's the intent was malicious, but at the same time, I don't know that those qualify as some other slurs that we know.
I mean, I wouldn't. The thing is, I find it not cute, but like it's just like, oh, it's of its time. Like at one point, one of the characters says, you're suspicious, just as a person with your color of skin I would expect them to. And you're like, yeah, that's racist. That's racist. Like, that's racist.
The really confusing one is China.
Oh,
yeah, right. Oh. Right. Yeah, it's not good. But I will say, like anything from that era, the sound design is pretty good. Like it can, like the thing about Adam West Batman, it at no point looks like anybody's hitting each other. Whereas in this one, like he cracks people in the jaw with his fist, and like it's like crack, and like there's some stunts that are like, it's the 1940s, you can't fake this. So like there's one bit where like this guy, he like jumps up into the fire escape and like pulls himself up using just his upper body up this fire escape, and it's one take. It doesn't cut away. And then Robin jumps up after him and grabs the thing and does the same thing, and it's all one solid take. Same thing. There's a shot in the 1960s Batman where it's Adam West is on a rope ladder, and like I appreciate filmmaking like that because I'm like, they had to do that. Like they couldn't. Yeah. There's no wires. They didn't cut out any wires. They didn't like lift them up using wires. Like he physically had to do that. So like, I appreciate skill like that. Yeah, it's very very much of its time. It's another one of those. He's directly working with the government and the police, and like modern Batman just doesn't really do that anymore.
Not on an official capacity.
And my ultimate point about 40s Batman before I wrap up. That's funny to me is Batman in like all of the stuff we talked about so far, Batman and Superman included, presents Batman as this hyper competent. He spent years dedicating and training his body to fight this war and this specific task, and he's a hyper competent guy. And the 1940s and 60s Batman is just like a rich maniac who put on a stupid looking costume and just went out, and he's just beating up regular guys. Like they're not super guys. The most thing is he gets like a recombinator that like melts doors. Like that's the most science fiction-y thing he gets in those serials. He is otherwise just beating up regular gangsters. And it's just so funny, the contrast of like where Batman became this man who was so much more of a man, and he started off as just a guy. He's just a guy. He's just a rich guy. Also, their viewpoint of capitalists is so different in the 1960s than it is now. Like, there's a point where Adam West Batman's like, I'm a capitalist. I fully expect to be kidnapped all the time. So I carry this thing to help me cut ropes for when I'm tied up and kidnapped because I'm rich. It's just yeah, it's weird. It's
Alrighty then.
It's very, very strange time for Batman.
Well, you see, when you're a successful capitalist, it comes with certain things, and one of those certain things is being kidnapped. That's why we're offering you the Rope Cutter 3000.
It's like he's got this thing on his. Yeah, it's so silly. Jordan, what's your first have not seen?
My first have not seen is 2 parts, but I'm treating it like one thing, which is Batman: The Long Halloween.
The Jensen Ackles Batman. You didn't like it? Interesting.
It's too long. It's too slow. It's not good.
I don't disagree with that. I think it could have been 1 part. The fact that it was cut into 2 parts is a detractor for me. It makes it a little bit weaker. But overall, so one of the things that I like about this Batman, I don't remember if it's in the first or second part, but I like when Batman says to Alfred, I believe it is, I kind of didn't expect to have to be a good detective. I thought that I could just put the costume on and scare the shit out of some criminals, and that would be enough. I didn't think I'd have to actually be a mystery solver and go out and figure things out. Like I like that aspect to his character where he kind of has to learn, and by the end of it, he is getting better at solving the mysteries, and it kind of learning to get to that point. I appreciate that about his character. I also found it funny. So there's the one scene where Harvey's house gets blown up by the mobsters, and I thought me knowing that Harvey Dent becomes Two-Face, I thought for sure we were going to come out of that scene and half his face was going to be blown away. And that was going to be it. And then it's like he comes back and he has the full face. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's a red herring for me. Didn't think that he was going to still be Harvey Dent at this point. And then he's in the court and he gets the acid on his face. And I'm like, there it is. We got there. I knew it was coming. I knew it was going to be there.
They bamboozled you, did they?
Yeah, they did, because I forgot that's how he normally turns into Two-Face. I'm more remembering the Dark Knight version where he's in an explosion and burns his face. Yes, an explosion
that perfectly burns half of him. Yeah.
Yep, because he was laying in the oil, and that's definitely how that works.
Because that's how explosions work.
That's definitely how explosion and fire works.
How explosions work.
Is that the one where he fights Calendar Man?
Calendar Man is in it, and he taunts them a lot because he's like, he seems to know and have it all figured out, and he's like stringing them along. He was an interesting one. And that's one thing that I will say is the different interpretations of the different villains and stuff I thought was kind of fun. Their interpretation of Joker was a little bit smarter than I kind of am used to. I'm used to more crazy, and he seemed more, I don't want to say Machiavellian, but more intelligent in his crime.
How are we feeling about Jensen Ackles Batman generally?
Generally, I like him. Generally,
I was just gonna say I didn't watch enough of it to really make a call, but knowing Jensen Ackles and seeing him in different things, I think I prefer him as a live action personally. But
interesting,
fair.
I have a point about his Batman.
I would be interested in seeing him do a live action Batman.
Yes,
like I would be okay. I would be okay with that.
I think he could be, and he might be. That's my theory.
As for an animated one, he's not my favorite, but I think he does a good enough. I think he does a good enough job.
My favorite's Kevin Conroy. I mean, we firmly established that today.
Yeah, he's my animated Batman, just like Mark Hamill is my animated Joker.
Speaking of drawing, is that it for Long Halloween?
Yeah, I mean it is what it is. It's fine. It could have been 1 part. Ultimately, I think that's my summation of this movie. It could have been 1 part.
Speaking of, it could have been 1 part.
Then it would have been the short Halloween.
It would have been the very short Halloween.
That's true. Or but then it could have been a fun misnomer because it would be called the Long Halloween, but it would be short.
Long Halloween, and it's only 45 minutes.
Yeah,
nice tight 45 minutes. Speaking of too long,
it's great.
Jake, have you seen the more recent Crisis on Infinite Earths movies?
No, and earlier I thought you were talking about Crisis on Two Earths, and I was like, that movie kicked ass. But then I realized you were talking about the newer ones. I have not watched them yet.
They are okay. They don't. Wait, you want to watch them? Because I won't spoil them for you if you do.
Yeah, I mean they're on my list. Which actually, I hate to do this to you guys, but I just got a message. I got to wrap up.
Oh, sure,
that's fair.
I got to be on my way shortly.
That's okay. We're pretty much near the end anyway. So.
Oh, let's finish because it's not like an emergency, but.
How long? What's your timeline? How fast through do we need to move through things?
I mean, like a few minutes, maybe like 10 minutes or so.
10 minutes, cool. We can do it.
Yeah, my last one, I don't have very much to say about.
Don't let me disrupt your show and flow.
Well, I'll tell you real quick about and then when you gotta go, we'll wrap up.
I'm familiar with the general story of Crisis on Infinite Earths.
It's quite good. It makes some changes. Instead of Lila or Supergirl winds up being Harbinger. Instead of I will say, if you are gonna watch it, there's a series. A big thing for me when I was watching it was I feel like I'm missing context. Like there's a lot of moments where like these characters know each other, and these characters I seem to have established relationships and so there's previous movies. So like there's a Supergirl one, there's a Green Lantern one, there's a couple Batman, Superman ones where it's like Darren Criss is Batman or a Superman, and Jensen Ackles is Batman. And yeah, they're I didn't watch them, so I felt like I was missing context. And the second part really drags. Like 30 minutes of it is just Supergirl and the Psycho Pirate's backstory. So it's another one of those like it could have ended like it could be two parts instead of just one part, and I think it would have been a far stronger narrative. It meanders like the first one. It has this narrative device where the Flash is experiencing time at different moments, so it keeps flashing around, not in any sort of linear order, and so it ends up being kind of difficult to follow. But the reason why I think like Jensen Ackles could be the live action Batman is because the idea with James Gunn DCU is the animated stuff and the live action stuff are going to be connected. So whoever plays the animated version will also play the live action version and vice versa. And there's a point at the end of the third part where obviously if you know Crisis, you know it all combines back into one universe. That's the whole thing. Well, at the end of this one, they obviously all step through and go into that new universe. And they say that all the versions in all the universe will combine into one version. And so I think what will happen is Jensen Ackles' Batman walks through that portal, and when they finally do Batman and Robin, the new one with Damian Wayne, the James Gunn one, the DCU one, I think he there's a good chance he might be Batman. Or I think he could be Batman. And I think he'd be a good Batman.
I agree. Certainly better than Robert Pattinson.
I think so. I think he'd be a great, like, he has a Robin. He's been Batman for, like, a little while. Just let him do the version he did in these animated movies, but in live action.
Yeah, and then we'll have Jensen Batgirls.
Batgirls? Just
Batgirls.
Backles? Jensen Backles?
Jensen Backles.
Because like all you need to do is have a good a good sturdy lower jaw. Strong jaw and look good in the costume. And there's pictures you can look him up.
And have a good gritty lower voice.
Yeah, exactly. Good.
You gotta be able to go down there.
I mean, we know he could do that. He did it for 15 years on Supernatural. So yeah, he'd be great Batman. He should be Batman.
So I think my hot take is Batman. There should be a version of Batman who has a higher voice, like the Canadian lifeguard from Grown Ups.
Yeah, how's it going, Ed?
He puts on the cowl. He puts on the cowl, and he's like, "You're from Gotham City, aren't you?"
Gotham City, aren't you?
How's it going, eh?
Oh, you can't be robbing. I don't know why he's Irish. Oh, you can't be robbing that bank now.
Can't be robbing in that bank now.
That really throw people off. Like Batman should just have a distinctly like international voice where everybody thinks like, oh yeah, the Batman's Irish, and then Bruce is like,
that'll transition nicely into Jordan. Jordan, what was the last one you watched?
The last one I watched was Batman Gotham by Gaslight.
Batman with a funny accent.
Which is Batman with a funny accent. I don't have a lot to say about this one. I enjoyed it. It was it was a fun one.
Well, where is he? I don't know where he is. I've lost him. I'm so charmingly befuddled.
Have you seen Gotham by Gaslight?
I don't think I've watched the whole thing, but I've seen a lot of clips of it, so I know the premise. It's it's Jack the Ripper, is it not?
Yeah,
Victorian, Victorian era Gotham City. Batman is trying to hunt down Jack the Ripper. Who and there's you get to see Victorian versions of Poison Ivy shows up at one point. There's 3 orphans, Dickie, Jason, and Timmy, who are there. You have
they're the Robins. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, they're orphans. That Batman saves from a abusive handler. And you've got Selena Kyle is there. She's a famed local actress. And if you want to watch it, I won't spoil the identity of who Jack the Ripper is.
Don't spoil it because I actually don't want to watch this movie.
But
it's definitely the Joker.
But I will say I didn't see it coming.
Oh, okay. All right then.
Which
it's Thomas Wayne.
Yes, absolutely, that's it. But overall, it's fun. It's different.
It's Alfred,
I enjoy. I'm not going to confirm or deny any person.
Okay, so it's Alfred.
Yes, it's definitely Alfred. But I enjoy. Sorry, I enjoy a good Elseworld story. And this is definitely a fun Elseworld story. That's kind of what my button pin on this one.
So to wrap up Batman, to wrap up this exceptionally long Batman episode, I want to say 2 things. Number 1, I gotta say a joke about Robin, which is how one of my favorite Robin memes, which is how do you get Dick from Richard? You ask nicely, and
that's awful.
Very much. I realized when I was watching Crisis and the guys, what's your name? And he goes, Dick. I'm like, Dick is really, that's a name from the 1960s, 1940s. Like, you would never be like, I'm going to call my kid Dick nowadays. I just don't see that happening. But anyway, before we let Jake go, Jake, what do you think, because we're going to talk about next week, what do you think, are there any movies that you think we haven't seen that you think we should watch?
Just in a general sense, or
anything you like, any dealer's choice. If you've got 2 each, you can give 2 each. But if you only got 1 each, well, I'll take 1 each. But yeah, a movie you think we haven't seen, or even maybe a movie you think we have seen that you haven't covered on the show. You should cover it on the show.
Well, I'm wondering. You probably have, but have you both seen Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind?
We talked about that last week.
I was gonna say I figured you were talking about Jim Carrey, so that's kind of an obvious one.
It's a good one.
I don't know. I feel like I need a category.
Category? I don't know.
Oh, have you? Let me ask you this one because you may not have watched this. Have you guys watched the most recent adaptation of All Quiet on the Western Front?
I have not.
I almost guarantee you I have not.
I have not.
It's good.
I'll take that. I'll watch that.
I highly recommend. I don't know if subtitles bother you guys. But I highly recommend you watch it in the original German with English subtitles. The dub is not terrible, but it is a little bit. Good to know. I don't think. See, the thing is, it's not a bad dub. It's actually a pretty good dub, especially for a live action film. I'm a big stickler for watching films in their original language, so that's just me. But that's also the original film. You know what I mean?
And then I don't know for Jordan, let's give Jordan something lighthearted. What's like a comedy or like an action movie?
Well,
it's like a good action movie.
Let me ask you this: Have you seen Cinderella Man, Jordan?
No, I don't think I have.
It's not a comedy, but it's a real feel good movie. Is
that that's the Russell Crowe one, right? The boxing one.
The Russell. Crowe.
That's a good one. Movie. That's a good one.
Yeah, Cinderella Man. Okay, Cinderella interesting. Man.
And then okay. We'll shape something else around that. We'll take that and we'll call next week episodes Jake's picks because Jake has selected these two movies for us. But otherwise, Jake, where can people find you?
Everywhere.
You're everywhere. He's on TikTok. He's on YouTube. He's on Instagram. If you Google Arate Media, you'll probably find me Instagram jake.account.ability.
I'm probably going to rebrand that. Average Intelligence Podcast, everywhere you can find it. Toon Talk 2.0, everywhere you can find it. Just go to rtmedia.org. There's a contact form. It's easiest if you're trying to get a hold of me.
Yes, and go to RT Media if you want to start your own podcast. If you want to do what we do, it's really easy. It's honestly really easy. You can.
If you want to be just like us, it's easier than shit.
It's so easy. You just
it's just so easy.
You sit in front of a microphone and you talk about Batman. It's so easy. You can
for 4 hours.
For like 4
hours. It's a good time.
It's a good time.
We're great. I actually agree with you though. I know you might have been being a little tongue in cheek, but I actually agree with it. If we get to the point where people turn us on for background noise, that's actually a huge
I was not really being facetious. Like that is genuine. Like if you listen to a podcast like our podcast where you're doing something else, that's like genuinely like that's what you want. That's the goal.
Yeah, because it means it's like food for your ears.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
I listen to your guys. I listen to our podcast. I listen to your podcast when I'm doing other stuff all the time. But Jordan, where can they find you?
I do Minecraft Monday on Twitch on Zethgore187, and I'm here on the weekends.
If you want to have him give you an absurdly long tour of a very large Minecraft world, I listened to him give someone a tour the other day. It lasted like an hour. I'm not even exaggerating.
Yeah, it was very funny too, because the person then came back into my chat after their stream with some of his followers, and I was like, I'd give you all the tour, but I just don't have the strength to do it twice in one day. And in the chat, he was like, "Don't let him give you the tour. He gave me the tour earlier today. It takes forever. Don't do it.
Forever." But yeah, he does that Mondays. I'm on TikTok. You can find me on TikTok. I'm Justin Spurr. You can find the show on TikTok at the Spur of the Moment P. If you want to be on the show, we have devised a handy dandy Google form, which you can fill out and tell me what kind of show you want to do. Do you want to come talk about Batman? We can talk about Batman again. That's cool. We've
only scratched the surface on the monolith that is the Batman.
We didn't even touch Superman. We barely scratched the surface of Superman.
There's also Green Lantern, Wonder Woman. We could just do a DC episode generally.
Yeah, we could. But also in the future, Jake's gonna come back, and we are gonna do that professional wrestling episode. I promise.
Yeah, we are.
Professional wrestling episode. I still got to get through Kaneko Man though. I'm working my way.
Actually, we should just do pure chaos and have all the guys from down the middle.
I mean, hey, I will bring anyone. I'll put this out to everyone on the network. I will say December 8th is our 1-year anniversary. I want to try and get as many people on as I can, including Virus, the man Virus Fox himself.
The elusive Virus Fox.
Chaos. Anyone who wants to be on the show can come be on the show. We'll talk about wrestling. It'll be good. We'll do that. That's coming. Look forward to professional wrestling episode. Coming soon.
It'll be a cage match.
Yeah, we'll talk about No Holds Barred. Anyway.
Oh, no.
Yeah, see, I love that you got that.
I mean, it's. I was gonna say it's better than Ready to Rumble, but that is not a true statement.
I mean, I don't know that I can say it. Anyway,
What's that smell?
Press Secretary Hulk Hogan. Anyway, that's it. That's it, everybody. Have a good one.
If only
it could happen, Jake. It could happen.
Well, no, he's already named as press secretary.
Oh, dang it! I'm a real American.
It's not Hulk Hogan. Well, I mean, she has not been confirmed yet, so we could have press secretary Hulk. Oh, so what is the president doing about the war? Let me tell you something, brother.
Oh God.
We need to shut it down, man. I don't know. That's Randy Savage. Actually, press secretary Randy Savage would have been better, but that can't happen. Like, let me tell you something, about immigration. It's great, but the thing is, too much of a good thing can be bad,